Okie dokie, all my heart's for you, my wonderful fiancé, Seamus. Hello, friends! Can you see me okay? Can you hear me okay? Those are the two most important questions. Miri! I'm just checking if I can see my microphone. I can, okay. Miri, thank you so much for the resubscription. 5 whole months. Looks and sounds good? Excellent. Esiclus and Torque, congratulations on being a combo of like first and second at the beginning, but Firebot has counted it as Torque being the official first, Seamus sneaking in like the problem child that he is and being the official second, and Esiclus, you are the official third. Welcome in, you guys. It is pie time, Miri. It is. It is. No, I know. Seamus is a problem child. Like, that's just the long and short of it. You quit. You can't quit, Esiclus. You're not even hired. To be fair, Seamus is getting MVP this stream because he's doing a lot of dishes for me. I've already been baking since like 1:30, so it's been about 3 hours because I wanted to get the lemon meringue pie done. Brandy, thank you so much for the resubscription, friend. Welcome in. Suck my toes. Typical problem child, right?
Why does this always happen to her? It's boob.
You're an honorable mention.
Brandy.
Brandy. So I have been baking for a little bit. I wanted to get the lemon meringue pie in the fridge to be setting because we made the lemon meringue pie literally a month ago on March 14th, but we didn't make the meringue. I don't think I've made meringue on stream since November, maybe. So we will do the meringue portion of it. But I got that out of the way. So today we need to make a graham cracker crust, of which we're doing chocolate variety because chocolate and bananas go very well together. And into that, we're gonna put a banana cream pie, and I apologize in advance if I say chocolate cream pie because normally I make chocolate cream. Banana creams are an extremely rare event, and my brain is not conditioned for it. You didn't make it to be first, second, or that's true, you didn't, but you did make it in time for a daily self-care check-in. 69th, oh my God, cream pie, my favorite. I bet you love a cream pie, Brandy. I see you. I bet you love a cream pie. Wait, LOL. Cream pie is a cream pie. See, Torque gets it. But no, banana cream pie is on the docket. And then we're gonna be making a very special kind of Italian cookie called a Pizzelle cookie. Although, since it's an Italian cookie, it's probably pronounced more like Pizzelle or something. But listen, just because Italian heritage runs through my blood does not mean I speak a lick of it. I only know what's in the song. That's amore. Like that's the extent of my Italian. And it's not even that good. So Pizzelles are made in a special, oh my God. Randy, thank you for the gifted subs. You started a freaking hype train. What's wrong with you? It's Sunday afternoon. You love those cookies so much? Yeah. So while you guys are hyping, this is what you need to make Pizzelles. You cannot make Pizzelles without this. It is not a waffle iron despite the fact that it looks like a waffle iron. They're not that deep. So whereas a waffle has like a really good depth to it for the iron, these are much shallower. That's why you cannot make waffles in this. I mean, I guess you probably could, but they wouldn't be very waffly. And you cannot make Pizzelles or however you pronounce it in a waffle iron. So we will be using that later. If you're not in the Discord, get in the Discord because I linked to where you can buy those in there with the recipe. Oh my God, Torque, you're right. It's Saturday. It's fucking Saturday. I am so like in the habit of I stream Wednesday, Friday, Sunday that I just automatically said Sunday. It is Saturday. Oh my God. I think you're the first person I've met outside of my family, by the way, Miri, that knows what those cookies are. You're a night shift. That's true. You are a night shifter, Brandy. You woke up thinking it was Sunday too. I'm not alone. I'm not alone. But tomorrow is Sunday for Easter, which is why we're baking today for Easter, because I told my aunt, I was like, I am taking care of dessert. You don't have to worry about dessert. You don't have to think about dessert. I will make dessert. That way we don't end up with quite literally 7 pies for 18 people. Thanksgiving was a little interesting for that. You know what they are, Torque? Hell yes. You checked the calendar because you didn't know either. Damaite, hello. I'm feeling good. How are you, love? Welcome in. Serbian coworker. I love that. It's not a pizza roll, Brandy. Pizzelles are not pizza rolls. Totally different categories of food. Pizza rolls would be in like savory and pizzelles are in sweet. So yeah, no, totally different. I think I need to scooch this way just a little bit. So we are making those today. We're starting with the banana cream pie because the pie needs time to set up, whereas the cookies do not. So we're gonna get the pie out of the way. I've never made a chocolate graham cracker crust before. The last time I tried to make a graham cracker crust, it didn't work. But I'm using a different book this time. I am using Claire Sappit's Dessert Person. We worked with this recipe a little bit before where we did the alternate for the cranberry pomegranate, which was the speculoos. But today we're actually making the graham cracker crust. And the nice thing about this is we get to make the whole thing in the food processor. So the speculoos, the cookies that you use can get too wet, so you had to take it out of the food processor and then like mix it by hand. Nah. Let me drag this into view. This is gonna be our friend today. We get to actually just food process it. You have the spicy pepperoni ones. Wait, what? You've never seen chocolate graham crackers before? What? Yes, the pizzelles are similar to stroop waffles. Spicy pizza rolls, by the way, delicious. I only found out recently that the West Coast apparently doesn't have pizza logs or pizza rolls. This is very much an East Coast thing. Who knew? I thought they were just nationwide, but apparently not. Stranger Things. Oh. If you can make mini pies in the air fryer. So, an air fryer is basically just a convection oven, Miri. That being said, if it is a baked pie, so you bake the filling. You guys, thank you so much for a level 2 hype train. I really appreciate that. You're fucking amazing. Enjoy your new emotes if you participated. So, it's a convection oven. Convection ovens mean you take the temperature of the oven that is given for a conventional oven and you drop it by 25 degrees. So if it's baked at 350, you would bake at 325 for the same amount of time. But it has to be like a fully baked pie, right? You have to like bake the filling and the crust and so on and so forth. I mean, you could just bake the crusts in there, but yes. Short answer, you can technically use an air fryer to bake mini pies. You've never seen chocolate graham crackers. Brandy, now you've seen them. And you should get some in your life because graham crackers in general are delicious, but chocolate graham crackers are a step above. If we don't use all of these today, you can bet your ass on eating them. They're so good. They're so good. So, for the graham cracker crust, thank you for the giant emote, Seamus. Back when I actually could do pole tricks. For this, we're gonna need a 9-inch pie plate. Because I'm traveling, I'm using disposables. You do need to look them up, Brandy. We need a 9-inch pie plate, the food processor, 6 ounces or 170 grams of, it calls for plain graham crackers, which is about 9 to 10 sheets broken into pieces. We're just using chocolate ones. It's the same thing, just chocolate. 2 tablespoons of Demerara sugar. I don't have Demerara, but turbinado is a substitute. Half a teaspoon of diamond crystal kosher salt is what it calls for. You have to understand diamond crystals mean that they're bigger, so use less if you're using a finer crystal. But it also calls for 6 tablespoons of unsalted butter. And bitches, I use salted, okay? So I'm skipping the salt in the recipe so I don't make it too salty. And a large egg yolk. So I need to grab the sugar. but I already separated out the egg. The butter's been sitting out for a minute so that it can be basically squishable. Be fighting you for them? Listen, Seamus, they're already in front of me, so I have a head start, okay? Just set the rescheduled date for your family to get together to be in May. Ooh, you should try mini pies. And this gives you time, Miri, to try them ahead to make sure it works before you're under the wire, and then all of a sudden it doesn't work. You're not allowed to touch them yet because I'm not done using them. No.
Gimme.
No. Back, foul beast. Oh, Seamus. Let me grab my sugar. It was the only thing I think that I hadn't pulled out yet. So all of this is basically going into the food processor. But I am going to weigh out my graham crackers because I want to make sure I get 170 grams. At least I have an estimate of how many I might need. So I just have a digital food scale. That's all I'm going to use. Easy squeezy. I use it for everything. I'm reminding myself it's 170, 170. Turn it on. Oh my goodness, I've got 3 people fighting to be my sugar. But only one of these 3 people has a joint bank account with me to actually sugar into it. Not the kind of sugar that goes in the food processor. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I don't think I want to put any of my friends in the food processor. That would be very awkward. Your sugar daddy, exactly. I really need to go into that book and find what food scale Claire recommends, because this one struggles with just holding the actual weight properly. Okay. Whole stack is 146. We need 170. I will look at this 1,000 times. 170, 9 or 10 sheets. So there's 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 in a package. So we may need more than 9 or 10 sheets. And this is why I never just, unless it's like banana bread and I know the recipe well, I never just guess on these. Plus, some of the sheets are broken. 162. 177, so probably like half of a sheet. 169. Sure, you can break that way. Good enough. Considering this wants to bounce up by an extra 2 grams and it says 173, we'll go with it. So there's our pile. Here's our snack. The question is, how many grams are in a graham cracker? Seamus, get out. You might taste good in a food processor, you're not sure though? I like you better not in a food processor. Speaking of, helps if you have the blades. We're just gonna break these up into it. Quality control, exactly, it's a quality control snack. I can confirm they're delicious. You laughed way too hard at that. And yeah, I agree, Miri. It's probably different brands giving slightly different size sheets. Recipes could bake up to a different weight. And again, like you can see, one of them was missing a part. This one has like a tad extra. Just a manufacturing defect. This is America. We measure things in bullets per eagle here. Oh my. It feels that way sometimes. When you try to describe something to somebody who doesn't live in the States and they give you the, huh? We've got the windows open, so if you hear like car concerts or something, I am apologizing in advance. But it's 70 Fahrenheit outside right now, which is like probably close to, I'm gonna say 20 Celsius. It's beautiful. It is a perfect spring day, and I can't not have the windows open. Shrinkflation getting in the way of our... It really does though, Miri. You can't buy 16-ounce cans of anything anymore. They're 15 ounces and cost more. Dime, hello, welcome in. 21 Celsius. I was so close for a guess. 67 here too. I wish there was a breeze though. Yeah, we really don't have a breeze right now, which is fine because we had so much breeze for the last couple days, like 60-mile-an-hour gusting breezes. So I'm perfectly content to just let the air be kind of still, and we're gonna get rain, and that's gonna make it breezy. Breaking up my graham crackers. In they go. In they go. 79 there. You need to go outside. You do need to go outside, Brandy. You need to enjoy the fresh air while you can. Take the doggos out. Then post cute pictures of the doggos in the Discord because pet tax is required. We need the pet tax. Vitamin D would be good for you. And Seamus is about to tell you he's got all the vitamin D you need. North for the cold, but it's not cold. If you want cold, Tommy E.T., New York stays pretty fucking cold. Just saying. And the sun. Ooh. Ooh, ooh. The sun does burn. That's why I wear a hat outside and sunscreen and longer-ish sleeves. That is not broken into small pieces. Last one. Get them in there. Yeah. Yeah. The sunburns make you look like a cancer risk, Brandy. Please don't get sunburns. We rubs the lotions on you now. Exactly. All right, so that goes in. Combine the graham crackers, demerara sugar, salt, butter, and egg yolk and process in long pulses until the crackers are broken down into fine crumbs. And the mixture looks like moist sand. Stop processing the mixture just at the point where it looks damp but not greasy, otherwise the crust will be more likely to slump in the oven. Okay. Should hold easily together when squeezed. So we need, what did it say? 2 tablespoons of sugar? It sure did. My tablespoon should be over here, drying. Two tablespoons of sugar. Yeah, go take those dogs out, take those pics. Enjoy the nice weather, Brandy. 1 tablespoon. Hot as in overheat. Yeah, right. 2 tablespoons. It wants the butter in chunks. So I'm literally just going to chunk it after I move this stuff over here so that I can slide over just enough that you can actually see what I'm doing. Because that's polite. I just cut on the tablespoon mark. Ooh, it got a little warmer than I intended, but hey, it's all good. Bloop. Yeah. And then 1 egg yolk. That can go in ye old garbaggio. Bring this front and center. Seamus also very kindly got me a tablet that's not connected to our phone plan as a surprise gift, partially because of these streams and partially because he was tired of having to yank his out of its case so I could use him for these streams. And as far as I can tell, it's not doing the like, I can't figure out where to focus thing, and I haven't set it to a stationary focus, and I think it looks really nice. So, bravo, Seamus. Here we go. No, we do not. Helps if I plug it in. Helps if I plug it in. Oh my goodness. It's holding focus well. Excellent. I've always wanted to make a pie crust entirely in a food processor, so this is a joy. And I know it's probably bizarre for you guys because you can't really hear it because I have my mic set up to not pick up certain decibels of noises. Is that it? Did I do it? It does indeed hold its shape when squeezed. It does indeed look like wet sand, and it's not greasy. All right, now I'm gonna preheat the oven. The oven has to be preheated to 350 degrees Fahrenheit, which is approximately, I think, 175 degrees Celsius. So I'm gonna walk over and do that. Bake, start, oven light on, beautiful. I need my juice glass for pressing the pie crust into the places and the things. I'm gonna unplug it so I don't accidentally send blades a-going. You can't even hear it from here live. Nice. But you're also kind of deaf because I don't think you have your hearing aids in right now, Seamus. This sits over here where nobody's going to stab themselves. This comes off nicely. And I'm gonna set this actually over here. So that this can come up and off. Biblio! Thank you so much for the raid! Welcome on in, raiders! My name is Saknika. You may also hear me called Sam. I'm a member of the Everbright Global Gaming and Set the Tone stream teams and a variety streamer here on Twitch. And today, welcome to my kitchen. We're baking for Easter. We're working on our chocolate graham cracker crust right now for our banana cream pie, and then later we're making Pizzelle cookies. When we're not baking, sometimes we paint our nails, we play spoopy games, we play cozy games. It's whatever, you know, suits the mood. How are you? How was Stardew Valley? Ooh, what were we doing in Stardew Valley? When is dinner? No dinner, only dessert. Only dessert, Phantom Unicorn. You guys, if you're not following Biblio, definitely give him a look-see. Very, very wholesome, awesome person. Highly recommend. Bringing the love and Papa Bear hugs. Oh, I love that. I love that. When is dessert? In approximately 4 hours, probably. You can make the dinner for after the dessert. Perfect, Tomiti. Get over here. We need the dinner for the dessert. Stardew was fun, enjoying some chill gaming. You've been on a cozy... You know what? I feel you on the cozy game kicks. I feel you. They are a real thing. When you want to be cozy, you just want to be cozy. That was kind of like me with RimWorld too. I just wanted to commit the war crimes and eat people that tried to ruin my base building. Like, it just had to happen. They chose that life. Get under there. Perfect. Because now I can set this out of the way. And I open up my space. Dinking around in Stardew. Yeah, Seamus has been dinking around in Stardew Valley as well. Your favorite freaking pie is banana cream pie? Let's go. I was telling chat, I very rarely make them. I usually make chocolate cream. But it's Easter, and I make chocolate cream pies all the time. So I was like, fuck it, we're gonna make banana cream. But we're not gonna make any banana cream pie. We are gonna make it in a chocolate graham cracker crust because chocolate and bananas go together. And I still feel like I need to do this, and I'm gonna tilt a little bit so you can see what I'm doing, which is gonna cut off the top of my head, but that's okay. Got Penny knocked up. And of course, Biblio, if you need to raid and run, I'm gonna crouch a little. If you need to raid and run, if you need to go get post-stream self-care, definitely do that, because post-stream self-care is amazing. I will do my absolute utmost to take care of your community. Thank you so much again for the raid. Next session, you're gonna ask Harvey to go steady. Ooh! You're running to me as fast as you can, Tamiti? Hell yes. All right, so the instructions are usually put in half, press it up the sides, and then do the other half to the bottom. Yeah, that's roughly half. So I personally like to press it up the sides to start with my hands, now that I'm starting to get a feel for how these work. I know I just told you guys that I've never really successfully done a graham cracker crust, but I have twice now done the Biscoff cookie crust. So that's where I'm getting the feel from. Give me some more of that good stuff. Abigail, because goth chicks, yeah. So far, I have wooed Sebastian, and I've wooed Elliot. My next one might be an Abigail run, though, because goth chicks are pretty cute. Unless, you know, I actually successfully hold interest long enough with Tamaiti, and then we can just knock each other up. I mean, what? Leia was your second? Yeah. Abby was your first. This is very crumbly. So this is so I can do this and really just press it in. And kind of like get it uniform and even. It calls for a flat-sided measuring cup, but my measuring cups are not nearly as flat as this juice glass. Not nearly. Oh, I think this one's gonna come out good though, you guys. I think I just needed a good recipe like this. Oven's preheated. Okay, so that presses the edges. I also feel like this makes more stuff than the Biscoff cookie does, because that is a lot of graham cracker. It's gonna be one thick pie crust. Again, I'm gonna spread it, and I can put more up the sides, so there's that. Let's play? Hell yeah, you can have me anytime. Ooh woo, Tamaiti, ooh woo. I guess it compacts down pretty nicely. What's the worst thing that happens? I have extra vanilla pudding after this. Like, I say vanilla pudding, it's custard. It's actually custard. We're making real custard. You will almost never see box mix anything in my kitchen. And then I can swirl it to really just like push it around and get it where it needs to go. flatten that bottom out. I don't mind that it's pushing up the sides because, as we experienced with the Biscoff cookie crust, sometimes this shrinks a bit. Do this again to just really press those sides in. Make sure the top is gonna not just crumble away on us, because that would be awkward. And I don't know if it's the humidity in the air today or what, but my pie crust earlier for the lemon meringue pie was superb. Like, I have never had a pie crust behave as well as that one did, to the point that I actually was impressed enough to make turnover pastries. So my mom used to do this when I was a kid, and I just never bothered because my pie crusts have always been like crumbly and cracky, and they just don't want to stay together properly. But this dough was so tender and easy to work with. So all you do is you take your leftover pie dough that you trimmed off of the edges and you flatten it out into as much of a rectangle as you can. It doesn't have to be perfect. Seamus can attest it was not perfect. Cut it into whatever you can, so long as it's a multiple of 2. Put jelly or jam on one half, plop the other part on, fork it down like a toaster pastry, and bake it. Phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Chocolate graham crackers. Usually the chocolate crust I see are like Oreo. I like this much better. Yeah. And I also have never seen it with a chocolate graham cracker. I've only seen it with Oreo, but I'm gonna get some hate for this. I don't really like Oreos. I eat them when I'm hungry and they're the only easy to go to thing. So there it is, unbaked. You put it on a tinfoil lined baking sheet, uncovered, and you bake it 13 to 15 minutes until it's fragrant, firm to the touch, and the outer edges are darkened in color. Okay, so I need, excuse me phone, wake the fuck up. Wake the fuck up, I need you. I need the clock app for the timer. We're going for 13 because if I'm a little slow on getting over there to pull it out, or if my oven cooks a little faster, I'm not overdoing it. I can always add more time, I can't take it away. So this goes in. I'm gonna set the timer for 13 minutes. Red Bane snuck into bed, ooh. We can no longer be friends, oh no! But we could still be friends, Phantom Unicorn, because you can have my Oreos. Eh? Picking up what I'm putting down? Can only be so aroused. Red Bane snuck into bed, ooh. Over the years, they changed it when they took out, yeah. You know, I would be inclined to agree with that, Mary, because as a kid, I really did enjoy Oreos, and then as an adult, I didn't, and that would make sense. That would make sense. Keep talking. I would also like to let you know, Phantom Unicorn, that bacon and I are not on speaking terms because bacon is too greasy and the IBS revolts. So I lost my taste for bacon, which means when I go out to Denny's, I give my bacon away. Legatus, welcome in. You're not late, you're precisely when you meant to be here. Thank you for coming in with the raid. How are you? You're out? Is it because Legatus came in or because you get to have my bacon? There's 2 options here. Oh, somebody's having a bad day. I hear sirens. Sounds like the fire department. Hopefully it's just like nothing major. You do not eat bacon. Oh, you wish you could have bacon? I mean, keep walking, Tom Auntie, because Seamus still has not made the bacon that we got from friends of ours that, like, they literally bought a whole pig and made their own bacon. They cured it themselves, they smoked it themselves, the whole 9 yards. He's not made it yet. So you could still be in time for that bacon. And the reason why is because Seamus is a, if he doesn't see it, he forgets about it kind of person. So the breakfasty stuff is not on our board of things to be made. And he just doesn't think about the fact that that bacon is in the freezer. Without the bacon and just eating chocolate, you're out too. Bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich just before stream. See, you can have all of my bacon. I would not enjoy chocolate covered bacon. Honestly, I get the appeal. I get the appeal because I know salt and sweet goes very well together, and I eat salt and sweet. I love trail mix because I really like, I'm going to be sounding like a really old lady right now, okay? I swear I'm only going to be 36 in May. I really like the fact that the salt from the peanuts gets on the raisins, and then I have salty raisins. Like salty raisins, but specifically with the peanut salt, are delicious. Okay, the M&Ms are there as like the dessert, but the salty raisins, those are divine. I am still young, yeah. Batwoman, welcome in, how are you? Yeah, it's in the freezer, so it's not going bad at least. Exactly. Exactly. Trail mix is great. I love trail mix. I'm just gonna set these away. I love it so much. Ugh. I need to wash some dishes for the next part because I'm going to need, I actually don't need this book anymore. So again, if you weren't here for it, the graham cracker crust recipe came out of Dessert Person by Claire Saffitz. I highly recommend this book if you like to bake. It is great for all levels. We're making banana cream pie. Yeah, we just put the chocolate graham cracker crust together. This book is great for all levels though, because it is the only book I have ever seen that has a chart on it where it tells you time versus difficulty. So if you want something easy and not a lot of time, you work down here. And if you want something difficult and takes forever, you work up here. And then you've got like everything in between. And I think that's fucking brilliant. So yeah, if you don't own this book and you like baking, get this book. I've literally, like, those are all marks of things that I would like to eventually try. You like to eat baked goods, does that count? That means you just have to move closer so you can come eat my baked goods because inevitably I have too many of them. Way too many of them. The longest, most difficult, I forget, it's like creme croquet or something. I can picture it. I can picture it, but I can't pronounce it without looking at it. Oh no, it's spelled croissants. I thought it would be the other thing. Croquem boucher I thought would be the longest and hardest. It's in the this is really hard category, but it's not in the longest. So spelt croissants on page 253 are the longest and the most difficult. And I guess croissants are a difficult task. I've never tried making them, but I've heard people talk about it. So that would be these guys. They do look delicious. They do look delicious. We moving? So many layers, yeah. So it says that this takes an active time of 2 hours, total time of 8 hours, 15 minutes, plus 8 hours for chilling the dough overnight. So basically you have to start the day before, make sure you get it in there with at least 8 hours the day before, and then continue on the next day. So it's minimum of 18 and a half hours to make these for 8 croissants. It makes 8. That's a lot of time and a lot of effort for 8 croissants. This book is being referred to your nonfiction selectors at work. Absolutely. Absolutely. I highly recommend. I love this book. It's also great because Claire designed it as a teaching book. So, like, I can even show you on the bottom of the crust that we just made. There are notes at the bottom. And these notes, if it wants to focus, they basically give you how to alter the recipe or what you're really looking for. She tries to describe the conditions to know when it's done versus you're overdoing it. And if you don't bake a lot, or if it's a recipe that you didn't grow up with, that can be really difficult. So having the tidbits, I feel like, is super helpful. She was the best part of Bon Appetit. I still watch her on her own YouTube channel. Ugh, I can reach, I can put this away. Tall shelf is tall. I did it. So yeah, I highly recommend that cookbook if you don't have it already. Definitely. And she's got a second one out now, I think. I think it's out. If it's not out, it's coming out, and I want that one too. I love it. The only one who comes close to that is my other favorite cooking channel on YouTube, and it's Anne Reardon's Crazy Sweet Creations. The beauty of Anne's is she's a food scientist and a baker, and we'll actually be using this for the meringue recipe. But she has in here, God, where does she describe some of this stuff? Yeah. In the beginning, she has like the science of how to tell what you're getting, and she overbaked and underbaked a bunch of stuff to get the pictures and whatnot so that you can understand why your cake is doing what it's doing. And she did that with like tempering chocolate and talking about I think frostings and icings and stuff. So this is another one that I highly recommend. But I will say her desserts are a little bit more like fancy. Most of them are not, I'm going to just bake these because I want to bake them kind of desserts. Whereas Claire's are a little bit more, I would actually eat these on a regular basis kind of thing. Pastries and preserves workshop last weekend. The best part was having an older woman, yes, coaching with her lived experience. Having feedback on how a recipe feels and reacts in the moment. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, Miri. It makes a humongous difference. There are so many things that I didn't realize I have picked up from my mom when we baked together, and that I loosely got from my grandmother before her mind was just too destroyed to really communicate things that are imperative to how I understand baking today. I legitimately grew up in such a household that baked regularly enough that I don't comprehend how anybody cannot just follow a recipe and make the baked good. But I've seen people try to follow the recipe and not make the baked good. So I know, logically, I know that this is a thing, but because I've only ever struggled with it now once with that one cookie recipe that didn't want a cookie and we had to re-engineer, I've never experienced it. I've never really experienced it. No, I lied. There's been 3 cookies that did that to me, but only the one was I old enough and smart enough to re-engineer. The other 2, one happened when I was, God, when did I meet Rachel? That was in middle school. So I would have been like 12, 13 years old, and we were baking on our own. We got the recipe from her grandmother, and it just turned into a flat sheet pan cookie that was not a cookie. Twice we did that before we realized that the recipe just wasn't gonna come out. And then I had the same thing happen again when I invited a friend over to bake all of her Christmas cookies. I say friend, but we no longer speak because she went off the deep end and just decided we weren't friends anymore. I don't know, her loss. And yeah, the recipe did the same thing. It just flattened out into a cookie that was not a cookie. I don't know, my mom suspected that maybe the recipe called for butter and we were using margarine because that's what my friend had bought, and I don't remember if that's what Rachel had at her house back then. But margarine and butter have different contents of water and stuff, and it will affect a recipe. You can't always just interchange them. I don't know, I'll never know. They weren't good enough cookies in my opinion to warrant me trying to make them work because I'd never had them, so I couldn't decide that, you know, I needed to figure it out. Middle school learned the hard way why preheating was a thing with brownies. Oh no, you had raw brownies, didn't you, Miri? You had raw brownies. Yeah. That is part of why I convinced Seamus that we needed a new oven. Because I was tired of the oven that didn't tell you when it was preheated and it wasn't holding temperature. I have an oven thermometer for that reason. It is time to take the pie out. We talked for 15 minutes, 13 minutes. Let me grab that pie crust real fast. Oh, it's perfect. I can smell it. It is solid. Hallelujah. Just gonna make it sit over here nicely for cooling down. We are going to turn off the oven because I'm pretty sure that's the only thing I needed the oven for. I need to start my water boiling for the next part, which is the actual banana cream part, because you can't make a banana cream pie without the cream, and the cream is a custard. So the custard we're using, you ate the heck out of them, so I bet you did. They were heated through. I mean, you should have been fine. You might have, Seamus, and it might have been so horrific I blocked it out. When I worked at Crumble, I actually learned a lot about cookies and frosting and icing. I bet you did, Brandy. By the way, welcome back inside. So, I'm gonna cover my real name, but this is the cookbook I use for most of my baking. I put this cookbook together after my mom passed away. It was very cathartic for me. If you've been here before for these recipes, you've heard me talk about it, I'm sure, but if not, my mom loved to bake and she died, I'm going to say very suddenly, but we all knew for at least 5 years leading up to it that she was not well, but she died very suddenly of lung cancer. From the time of actually getting the diagnosis to death was about 6 months. We held her funeral services on the day that would have been her first radiation treatment. Like, it was bam, that fast. But she was a chronic smoker, and hereditarily, she had the predisposition because she died of lung cancer. Her sister had died of lung cancer 8 months prior. Their mother died of lung cancer, and their aunt died of lung cancer on her mother's side. So there are 4 women in my direct hereditary lineage that have died of lung cancer. And I would like to let you guys know that unless you are a smoker that has quit, they will not do pre-testing for you because insurance will not cover it. So I cannot get lung scans like a smoker who has quit gets to make sure that I am not developing something. And fun fact, lung cancer is more often a hereditary disease than it is a smoking-induced disease. Smoking just exacerbates the issue, so. Anyways, it was sudden, it sucked, but my mom loved to bake and cook, and as part of a cathartic healing, I had the thought that I wanted to put together a cookbook of her favorite recipes that other people remembered, and I asked friends and family of hers for their favorite memory or memories of my mom and things that she used to say, and I combined it all into this cookbook and gave it out at Christmas and made everybody cry. including myself. It was very worth it. With the brownies you call the antidote. The antidote, yes. You can get a lung scan for free, Tommy T, because you were a smoker. Yes, you can. I should just tell them I used to smoke, but I technically didn't. And it is insurance fraud to lie, yeah. So we're gonna be making the cream pie recipe. This is what it looks like, yeah, over here. When you make it as chocolate cream pie with the meringue that my mom used to make. But the recipe itself, these ingredients, make vanilla, unless you add the baker's chocolate. So all we're gonna do is make the vanilla cream, which I have to wash the double boiler for, because I used that earlier for the lemon meringue. And then I have slightly green bananas, and I want them to be slightly green. Like if I turn it this way, you can kind of see the tinting here a little bit better, because once you open the banana and you start slicing it to go in the bottom of the pie, it immediately starts to oxidize. So if they're slightly green and underripe, when we actually slice the pie tomorrow, they will not be brown and mushy. That's the goal. So there will be real bananas, but not mixed into the custard. They will be lined on the bottom, and then the vanilla custard's put over the top. With the chocolate graham cracker crust, it's just gonna be mwah, so good. So good. So while I get things washed real quick, I'm gonna put up Words on Stream, and I actually have to open up Words on Stream because it won't work if I don't have it open in my browser. wordsonstream.gg/system. Okay. I have to do all this manually. You didn't know that with the bananas? Yeah. And the only reason I know it is because I made the mistake the very first time I ever made a banana cream pie. So I'm gonna put you guys over on Words on Stream. I'm gonna put it on autopilot so it will keep going for you for however long it takes me to wash these dishes. I'll still be able to hear you though, to the best of my ability. So let's set it up for autopilot and get this started. Autopilot on. Thank you. Start. Good luck. Have fun. Enjoy. While I get this cleaned up. And then I'm sure Seamus will do like the last round of dishes. Because I think this will be the one before the last. I think. I don't think it'll have to be done again. Maybe it will. We'll see. You know what else I can do while this goes? I'm sorry to anybody who's gonna get stuck in them, but I'm gonna run the ads. Because that's smart. Get those out of the way. Do, 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 do. Did I bring all the dishes over here? I may not have. I may have to go grab some stuff off of the island. And there's a chance that Seamus and I will have vanilla pudding to go, or custard. I say pudding because it's a pudding consistency, but vanilla custard to go with the chocolate graham crackers, because I don't know if it's all gonna fit in the pie crust. There might be extra. There was of the cranberry pomegranate again, so I put the extra into little pudding dishes, little ramekins, that I actually got from my grandmother's house after she passed for Seamus and I to enjoy. And it was delicious. Well, I still have some. His is gone. Still delicious, though. Scrub-a-dub-dub, the sink is full of dishes. Not really. It's actually not bad because Seamus has been keeping up on it today for me. For me. Oh, you guys made it to another level. Let's go. I actually can't hear the sound, so. Joke's on me. I think it was Miri who posted the Holy Bowl, or was it Nivek? One of you posted the Holy Bowl in the meme funny videos, I think it was. And I had to use one of those strainers for the cranberry pomegranate, and Seamus came out to me and he was like, cleaning the Holy Bowl was a pain in the ass. He will forever call it the Holy Bowl now. Which is hilarious. Come on, get out of the crack. Don't know what you are. But out. You're not wanted here anymore. There we go. That's better. The double boiler has like some interesting ridges, and every now and then things get stuck in said ridges. And it is a problem. While I'm at it, I did leave stuff over here, because I'm probably going to need that tablespoon. Do it all at once. It's so much easier. I don't know if you guys noticed either, but I actually got dressed for this stream. I almost exclusively stream in my PJs, but today I was like, you know what? I'm gonna put clothes on. Like actual clothing that I would leave the house in. Clothes. It's a rare day. Mark it on your calendars. Food processor clean here. Because then once that's dry, it can be put away. And that'll be nice. I am so glad that when our other food processor just, like the blade snapped, when it broke, we went and we invested in a really nice food processor. It's KitchenAid brand. And as far as I can tell, it's, ooh, I'm gonna try not to cut myself here. It's very much worth it. The clumsy one is washing the blades. My worst scar on my fingers is actually from a bagel slicer incident. I fought the bagel slicer and I lost. Common sense was not with me that day. I opened the bagel slicer up to clean it, not realizing, like a smart person would have, that you could also just completely close it to clean it and cover the blade, because the bagel has to pass through anyways. Like, it's not going to seal off where you needed to clean. And the gunk let go, and so did the resistance. And I just shot my index finger straight forward into a slicer blade. Good job, me. Good job, me. All right, that does that. Everything is washed. Now I just need to try the double boiler bottom. Ooh, you got another level done. Yeah, so lesson of the day, kids, be very, very, very careful around sharp objects that can take your finger. Double boiler. I'll let you guys have this one. What's common sense, right, Tommy? Right? I also think I'm talking louder today. I need to take this down a notch. There we go. Scat. Hello, Kodachi. Welcome in. I haven't seen you in a minute. Can autocorrect. And you said, don't yell in one of those, you'll strain your voice. That's right. That was Miri. Yup. Go, friends, go. You're slaying. And I can have a moment of water. I love that, Kodachi, and I really appreciate that. Lurkers are the backbone of Twitch. Actually, while you guys are doing that, I can be pulling out ingredients. I need milk, egg yolks, cornstarch. Then you can listen to me. Well, you cannot see me. I will need the new egg yolks as well, or the eggs rather, because I think if I realized it, that said 3 and I only have 2 in the container, which is why we bought a fresh one. Why we bought a fresh one. Cool. Now I can just have this out. These can be put back in the fridge. Eggs, the most expensive part of all of the baking today. Nicely done. Nicely done. I am going to turn off autopilot. I'm gonna leave this up for us. Should we need another moment in between, I'm gonna bring you back over to where you're gonna see me walking back and forth a little bit, but you know, it is what it is. Well done, you guys. So I'm just getting my ingredients out because that's helpful. So the really expensive part, eggs. Cornstarch is gonna be up here. Set the bananas over on that. Gives me a little more space. Sugar, salt, vanilla. Sugar, vanilla, salt. Tell you what, I get my steps in when I'm doing the baking marathons like this. That's for frickin' sure. And then I just need the 3 cups of milk. Big old measuring cup. By the way, I don't know if you're still here, Kodachi, but I've been loving being back on my nail Instagram account and seeing all of your woven nail art designs. They are insane and they are beautiful. I can only imagine how long it takes you to do all the weaving. How much does that package cost? So, probably about $5.30 at this point, USD. It's coming back down. It was up to almost $8. Bird flu being what it is. 3 cups of milk. Moo juice. It's like $5, yeah. You love my pants? Thank you, Brandy. I made these. I made them myself. Okay. So we need the milk, the egg yolks, the cornstarch. So we'll just pour this in here. This is the top half to a double boiler. In goes the milk. 3 cups. This can go right into the sink. 3 cups of milk. 3 egg yolks. Let me get this little guy again. I want him completely dry though, because these might be the egg whites that I use for the meringue. I think the other one only has 2 in it, so. With butter prices, oh God, I can only imagine. I'm glad they're going back down though. Anytime something like skyrockets, that's a basic staple, like eggs, butter, bread, milk, oh, it gets brutal. So we need just the whites for the meringue, but meringue cannot have any water in it. It cannot have any yolk in it. So you have to be like really mindful when you break the eggs and get the stuff. Okay, so there's 1. Bloop. A little bit of white can go into the pie, but a little bit of yolk cannot go into the meringue. I did make them, yeah. So I bought the pant blanks years ago, and then I dye them myself. I still have a whole bunch that eventually I'll list for sale. I'm just lazy and haven't gotten to it. I say lazy, but I'm distracted is probably a better descriptor. I had 1 egg earlier while I was doing the lemon meringue break so poorly that I had to use my, oh, you're not gonna do it too, are you? I had to use my fingers to do the egg white. Come on, there we go. I see the little bit of shell that I'm gonna have to snag. Well, fuck. Remember how I said you can't have egg yolks in the whites? And I need all of the yolk, so there's that. I almost never have that happen, which is why I was confident enough to just keep breaking into the same bowl. Womp womp. Yeah, that should be 2 egg whites. I saved the egg whites from the lemon meringue as well. Omelet for later. Nope. Down the sink. Because I am not an egg whites only kind of person. I'm very particular with my cooked eggs and the flavor. Come on, baby. In you go. That spot is fine because I can take it out. There we go. 3. No yolks in my whites. Put that little dude there. Come on. It's all about getting it stuck under your finger on the side. Wiggly fucks. There we go. No. Get over here. Got it. We're good. I need to rinse my fingers, but we're good. Sink that in there. All right, we save the whites for the meringue later. The older lady was cracking eggs yeah, I cannot do that one-handed egg crack. I've heard it makes an absolute fucking mess if you are not skilled. And I don't have the patience to learn the skill. Not for me, thanks. All right, this is recyclable. So into the recycling bin it goes. We've got the egg yolks, cornstarch. We need 4.5 tablespoons of cornstarch. This is how it helps to thicken it. Until you only need egg white and no more eggs. Yeah, that's true, Kodachi. That is true. I made sure we stocked up on eggs though. Okay, that only goes up to a teaspoon, so the half tablespoon is over here. There it is. Wipe it down so that the cornstarch doesn't stick to it any more than necessary. So if we need 4.5 tablespoons of cornstarch, we're gonna need 9 scoops. 9 half scoops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 4.5 tablespoons of cornstarch. Looks amazingly weird to you. You only have cartons. Yeah. So I want to say it's been in the last 10 years that some places have gone to plastic cartons, because then you can just lift them up to look under them to see if there's any cracks and whatnot. Put this back up in the yon cupboard, because if you clean as you go, you have less cleaning to do. Cornstarch, sugar, and salt. So for the sugar, we need 3/4 of a cup, 3/4 of a cup. And this is a fresh bag. Omega 3 fancy eggs come in the double fold plastic cartons. You get those when you're feeling special. Yeah, Seamus and I get them because at one point we were on like an organic kick. And we just really like those eggs. Probably it doesn't hurt since I struggle to get protein in me anyway, so having the little extra boost is probably a good thing. Although, Collectonian, who you see in here on occasion, has been doing, she also has to get more protein in her diet. Let me clarify that. She's been doing tests and reviews on different protein bars and shakes. So I asked her last night, I was like, hey, you've done a few of these now. What are your top 3? Because she and I have the same issue. I cannot have any of the sugar alcohols, so no like xylitol, no sucralose, none of that. They upset my IBS. And the stevia and monk fruit also upset my IBS and give me cotton mouth, so I can't have those either. Neither can Collect. So she's been finding and trying them. We don't have a great selection here, but she's in a much bigger metropolitan area. And so she sent me her top 3 and I ordered some to try. Fingers crossed that they taste good because I would like to get more protein in my diet. Egg sandwiches for breakfast since you got the air fryer, so you've been getting the cheap bulk egg curtains. There you go. All right, we got our sugar. We need a pinch of salt. A pinch is actually technically 1/8 of a teaspoon, but I just eyeball it in my hand. That looks good. Like the Italian in me, I eyeball it. All right, let me put these 2 items away. Will we need them again? Absolutely we will when we make the Pizzelle cookies, but we don't need them right now. There's still plenty of water in there. Okay. So let's combine them and then cook them. I'm gonna combine with a whisk, but I'll cook with a spoon. So if you remember, if you were here when we did together the chocolate cream pie, which I may have done that twice on stream at this point. There's a clump of cornstarch down here that doesn't want to break up. There we go. We would also add in chocolate squares. That's the only difference for this right now. We're not adding the chocolate squares. So if you're looking for this recipe in the Discord, you want to check for the chocolate cream pie and just omit the chocolate. You can actually make it a completely vanilla cream pie if you wanted. And these custards, the chocolate and the vanilla custards, are very lovely if you want to just make custard in ramekins and eat that as a dessert. Put some fruit on it or whatever, you could totally do that. All right, that's totally combined. So we're done with this. I'm gonna scooch you guys first, and then I'll meet you over at the stove. Because we have to do the slide. Get the cord so that it's gonna come nicely and not slam on the ground. It's stovetop time! Do that. Tilt down. Doing my own protein bites. You know, I never even thought to do my own. Without the sugar replacements? Absolutely, Mary. I can even send you what Collect sent me as her top 3 if you'd like. All right. So now we basically are going to cook this until it's done. Put that there. Turn the overhead lights on. And I want to just get this ever so nicely like that. And I know you're getting a very close look at my face. We're just going to zoom in on the important bit, which is the custard. Stove time! That's right. So we're cooking over a double boiler. I've got water boiling in the bottom pot. And this is a gentler heat, basically, because it's not a direct heat. So it won't immediately scald the milk, and it won't flash cook the eggs. And I know it looks soupy right now, but give it like 15 minutes, so around 6 p.m. my time, because it's 5:47 p.m. here right now. And this will thicken right up. And we're looking for it to coat the back of a spoon easily and not like fall off. My face is the important thing. You guys are too kind. It's a lovely face. Well, you get a lovely arm instead. So you can watch me stir forever. And you really do want like a regular stirring. The crust came out really good, you guys. It's sitting right next to here, so I should be able to pick it up real quick. Ta-da! I also appreciate you guys putting up with the fact that I was just sluggish and running behind this morning, because it was a thing. I've been struggling to get to sleep before like 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning. And so trying to wake up before 11 a.m. has been a task. I'm hoping between all the baking and moving today, and then actually going out and celebrating Easter with family tomorrow, which for us, Easter celebration is basically an excuse to get together with family and have a nice dinner. Some of my family does do the religious part. Seamus and I do not do the religious part of Easter. And when I was growing up, my mom did not do the religious part of Easter either. And neither, like, my dad grew up Catholic, and he tells everybody these days he's a recovering Catholic. So he also, like, he did not care to do the religious part of Easter. So I've never been to an Easter Mass or anything. I went to Christmas Mass once because I was with my grandparents on a day that they were going. That takes forever. That shit takes forever in the Catholic Church. Like, holy balls. Smells amazing. You had a nap, then you made some food since there was a delay. It worked well for you. Hell yes. Yeah, and I don't disparage anybody who chooses to go to church, right? I don't have that kind of attention span for religion. Not if I'm only, like, mainly listening. And as a young child, I mean, we're talking, I was probably like 8 or 9 years old. So a young child who is not regularly going to church. It's just not something that my family, my immediate family did, but my grandparents did. To suddenly go from, I might go to church and get to go play in Sunday school after 15 minutes of service, to we're gonna sit in Mass for 2 hours with songs that you don't know how to sing and listening to stuff that you don't understand. That was a lot. It was a lot. And then I entered my goth phase, and my grandparents taking me to church got real interesting. You've never seen Catholic priests raise their eyebrows quite as high as when a teenager trying to be as goth as they can when your parents will only buy you so much stuff walks into church. And I thought I was so edgy back then. Oh my gosh. But now I look back and I'm like, yeah, they probably were just looking at me and like, okay, it's okay. Crazy guy, you're on a 75 stream streak. Let's go. Welcome in. How are you? Mass thing, but stopped going when my gramps wasn't able to be mobile. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. My grandmother was so devoutly Catholic that when my grandfather became too bedridden to go to church, she spoke to the local priest, their Catholic priests. I always get that mixed up. And the priest came to their house to do the service after the fact. A brief one. It definitely wasn't the full service, but yeah. Came to the house. I guess my dad, according to him, okay, I don't know the validity of this. According to him, my grandmother really wanted my mother and him to be married by a Catholic priest. And they, like, my mom would have had to have gone to, like, classes and stuff and done this, like, conversion stuff. Hi, oh my goodness, Miss Cherryblade, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in, raiders. My name is Saknika, but you may also hear me called Sam. I'm a member of the Everbright Global Gaming stream team and the Set the Tone stream team, and we're in my kitchen today. This is my hand. Hi. I am currently baking for Easter, but when I'm not baking, sometimes we paint our nails or we play spoopy or cozy games. It's really whatever the vibe is feeling. How are you? How was your stream? What were we up to? You may not know me, but there is a raid. I love that. I love that. I actually heard the raid come in because my raid alerts are, I'm not hearing them, but I heard the ding of May because she's one of my teammates. What were we playing? What were we doing? Can I get a shout out from Miss Cherryblade, please? I'm hoping Seamus is paying attention. If not, Tomiti is here. Thank you, Tomiti. Marvel Rivals. Ooh, how did it go? How was stream with May and Nat? I love that. Double shout out. Well, welcome in. It's nice to meet you. I have never played Marvel Rivals, and we were just getting waxing poetic about our grandparents and their churchly desires. Which, no shame in the church game. It's just not for me. And it definitely wasn't for me as a child. I have friends that play Marvel Rivals though. They want me to play and I'm just like, listen, I've played Ready or Not, and I have been told in no uncertain terms to please never become a cop. My reaction time isn't there. It's just not there. So I'll leave GBD as the only toxic community in my life because I know how shooters get with the community. I played a little bit of Valorant at one point. I totally get it. More L's than W's, but still fun. So long as you're having fun, that is the most important part. That is absolutely the most important part. You guys, if you're not following our new friend, definitely check her out. I know I will be after stream. I'm assuming it's a her based on the miss. If I am incorrect, please just let me know because OBS does not show pronouns, even though there are extensions for it for browser-based stuff. Friend doing a cooking stream and Naomi was like, oh, cooking stream, let's go. Hell yes. Thank you for the recommendation, May. I appreciate that. I really do. I love doing these cooking streams. I do that. I try to do at least one a month. So this is a long one this month. I'm working on my Easter desserts. So we're making the custard part of a banana cream pie right now. We made a chocolate graham cracker crust previous. We will assemble it by slicing bananas into the bottom. And then from here, we'll clean up. I'm gonna continue to let the lemon meringue pie set. I will make the meringue probably near the tail end of stream, but we're gonna be working on Pizzelle cookies, which are a specialty Italian cookie that most people in my experience have never heard of. Miri and Torque were the first ones that I have met that already knew what they were without me explaining it. And they're so good. Not forced by you, totally. Oh, you can have OBS show the pronouns? I have never gotten OBS to show the pronouns. Thank you for the follow. May forced you into DBD? Oh God. Oh God. Why would you do that to her, May? You love Pizzelles. Hey, there's another person who knows what they are. Let's go. Ah, this is starting to thicken up nicely. Yeah, Pizzelles were one of the things that my grandmother used to make only at Easter time. I think once she made them at Christmas, but since, like I do now, because I got the tradition from her, she made hundreds upon hundreds of other cookies for Christmas. Like the Pizzelles were not among them usually. The Iwans, on the other hand, which I still need to learn how to make. Iwans are fried dough meets cookie, basically. They're so good. And I haven't had them in years because my grandmother hasn't, like, she passed, it'll be 2 years coming up here. Yeah, I think it's about 2 years ago, as of the beginning of this month, maybe the end of March. But she had dementia Alzheimer's for so long prior to that that she just wasn't able to make them. Now, it might look done here, but it's not done. Take it beyond this. I've made that mistake and it turns back to soup. Not fun. Full speed, hi, you'll judge my Pizzelle, ooh woo. You have a tutorial on how to? I would appreciate that. I would really appreciate that. I think May has me on Discord and can put us in a group chat or whatever. Or just feel free to message me if you want. My name on Discord is the same as it is on here, because I am definitely interested. I always feel bad if I use the wrong pronouns. I want to be respectful of all the peoples. But I will say, if it's pronouns I can't pronounce, I default to they. Because I know there's like the fancy ones with the X's and stuff. I have no idea how to pronounce them, and this is probably very millennial of me. It's just too much. So I default to they. And I apologize for that one, but that, my brain can't handle it. Now we're getting somewhere. Because when I pull it, I think you can see. Maybe you can't. Let me tilt it a little. Woo! It's not immediately springing back. And that's what we're looking for. And now it's coating the back of the spoon. Wasn't forced by me, at least you can't speak for other people though. Reach out, it's a hidden built-in feature. Of course it's hidden. Shouldn't be hidden, but of course it's hidden. I really appreciate that. So we're basically there. And like I said, when we got started, it would be about 15 minutes. And it's just about 6 p.m. for me. Raiders, Miss Cherry Blade, if you need to raid and run, I totally understand. I really appreciate you bringing your community here. I will do my utmost to keep them safe and entertained. But post-stream self-care is important. So if you need to get up, stretch your legs, use the bathroom, go make a meal, walk the dog, like whatever you need to do, absolutely. If you want to stay and chill and hang out, we'd love to have you, but you just streamed. You might need to get up and move, and I totally understand that. There we go. Thunk. Okay. So we're gonna turn off the heat. I'm gonna leave that there. It shouldn't go anywhere. I need my vanilla and I need my teaspoon. So we need 1.5 teaspoons of vanilla extract. So correction, I need my 1/2 teaspoon. And it wants it off the heat. So this is a gas stove, which means the heat's already gone. We're just going to not hit the burger press that just lives here. Slide that back, and this down. Lurk but quick for yeah, absolutely. Get that post-stream self-care. So we need 1.5 teaspoons of vanilla, which smells so good, tastes so bad if you try to taste it raw. Three. Put the lid back on, because you can't spill it if you close it. And it's gonna look chunky for a second, and then it's gonna smooth back out. This is why, though, partially you take it a little beyond. You want it to be set up enough that when you put in more liquid, it's good to go. See? Smoothing right back out. And mix it until it's fully combined. No pockets of vanilla. Because again, vanilla on its own does not taste good. It's very bitter. Smells good, tastes bad. You really need it in something to enhance the flavor or be the flavor to go with like the sugar. Or milk or yogurt, which milk and yogurt both have sugar in them. That's why it works. Is an OBS Firebot wizard? Hell yes. Yeah, I do see the pronouns in Firebot, but I can only have one up at a time, so I have OBS chat as what I see. There we go. Beautiful. All right, you know what time it is, friends. It's the slide time. So I'm gonna tilt you back up. I'm gonna zoom you back out. Now you can see the side of my face again, and we're gonna slide across the kitchen. Whee! I'm gonna try not to step on the cords. Ugh. Yeah. Probably have, nope, you do not have the top of my head. We're gonna come back in here. Go back like that. Okay. Let me bring over the pie crust and bring over the pie innards, because we need both for assembly. So there's our beautiful crust. I don't need the book, so I'm going to set that off to the side. And here are the innards. We need to do that. Yes, it's banana time. It is banana time. So yank one off. How many bananas? Depends on the size of your bananas, the size of your pie crust, and how full you want it to be. There we go. A kniffy. That's a little bit of a thick chunker, but we're just covering the bottom. That's all we're doing. I know this has a scary serrated edge, but it's just a steak knife, so it's really not that sharp. So it is okay that I'm slicing up towards my thumb. I promise. I promise. There will be no blood in this pie. It's just that this works better than a butter knife that has no serration to kind of bite into the fruit. Because bananas at the end of the day are a little fibrous. Okay, let's see where this gets us. Because you want no space left behind. It's kind of the point of the banana cream, but we may need part of a banana for the rest. Yeah, we're gonna need another one. Will we use the whole banana? Yes, because I say so. But also maybe not. We'll see. We'll see how much. Mina! Mina, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. My name is Saknika. You may also hear me called Sam. I'm a member of the Everbright Global Gaming and Set the Tone stream teams, and I'm a variety streamer here on Twitch. And today, we're in my kitchen. We're baking. We're baking today, but sometimes we paint our nails, play spoopy games, cozy games, whatever the vibe is feeling. How are you, Mina? How was Father's Day? Ooh, you were in the spoopy games. Cream pie in the title, and you had to bring everyone here. Oh my. Mina's looking for that cream pie, you guys. You guys, if you're not following Mina, definitely do. She's a fellow sassy redhead. You gotta love it. You've gotta love it. It was terrifying. I love that for you. I love that for you because I actually found Father's Day not terrifying. But I don't get scared by games very easily, so I'm a bad judge. Welcome in, Lily. I can see people now. I'm not standing at a stove. We need more banana. I may actually just eat whatever I don't put in the bottom of this, because that won't get me extra views or anything, eating a banana on stream. I know how boys are. I've listened to George Carlin. I understand the male mind to an extent. I also live with Seamus. You know how it goes. Ugh. Pop that up and out. I'm glad you had fun, Mina. I'm glad you had fun with it. Are you very deep into the Amica games, or is this among your first Amica games? Because the one Amica game that actually really got me was You Must. You Must had me like on edge. That was the Amica game for me. Tuck these bananas in to all the cracks and crevices.
The man.
You haven't played You Must yet? The third one you've played. Okay.
The plow.
You've got plenty of Amica to go then. I think I have like 3 left because they put some new ones out. Yeah, that should be enough banana. That should be plenty banana. Glay, hello! That's the one you found to be the worst. Interesting. The story was weird. I don't understand the story of You Must. I don't even remember it. I just remember it was the only one that had me on edge. This is my snack. Yeah, the guy in the beginning was really annoying. And also, wasn't it like somebody who left us there or some shit? Okay. Give my hands a little rinse here because they're sticky. How are you feeling, by the way, today, Glay? Did you get some good rest after your wisdom tooth extraction? And Mina, of course, if you need to run, if you need to get some post-stream self-care, definitely do that. Don't let me keep you here, but I'd love to have you if you want to stay. If you want to lurk, that's a-okay. Just gonna give this a quick mix because it's already started to kind of set up a little bit again. And we're left there to be, that's right. That's right. Damn social media. It's still a good horror game. Yeah. It was the only one that got to me of the Amica series. Horror game wise, what really got to me was Amnesia: The Dark Descent. That was good. That and the Penumbra series. Frictional Games knows how to set up an environment. But they're also longer games, whereas an Amica game is a shorter walking simulator for the most part. The Amnesia games are very story-based, very puzzly based, and you're gonna be there for a few hours, like 8 to 10 minimum. All right, we're gonna pour in as much of this as we can. I'm gonna cut it off there. I wanna see where I'm at. Can I fit it all? Oh, I can fit it all. Sorry, Seamus, we get no vanilla pudding, I think. Or maybe we do. Let's see. How much cream pie can I fit in my pie? Oh. No, I can get it all in here. It's going to be a little domed, but... there will be a few spoonfuls, but definitely not super dipping amounts. Delicious. Absolutely scrum-diddly-umptious gorgeous. Ha! Beautiful. 1 scoop of custard to join the graham cracker and banana you ate. Well, Miri, funny you should say that. Because I happen to have at least 1 scoop of custard. It's so good. I probably have more than 1, now that I can get another big scoop. This is the life. Seamus, do you want the last scoop? Soma's your favorite frictional for existential reasons. I own Soma. I haven't played Soma yet. You're good? Okay. It always makes you want rice pudding. So, I wish I liked the texture of rice pudding. Put water in this. because otherwise it's going to turn into a solid mess of an issue to try and clean. I always wanted to like rice pudding. Always, always. This goes in the sink. This goes in the sink, but I'm gonna put it where I can see it because I might need it. Okay. I now need the next bottom because this is a disposable tin on purpose. And they say bottom on them, which makes it very helpful. And it goes in the fridge to set up. Yeah, I love a good custard. Honestly, I should do exactly what I said and just make the custard and put fruit on it for a dessert one of these days. Seamus would be absolutely heartbroken by that. Especially because you could do the chocolate or the vanilla. All right, actually, I'm gonna need the vanilla, so I'll just carry this with me. You go there. I might need to wash that as well, so you go there. Put that down. Bananas cut out of the way. Oh no, you guys, I might have to make banana bread. More banana bread, not that we have a loaf in the freezer or anything. Crushed, devastated, woe is me, exactly. Vanilla with chocolate curl, yup. It could happen. So we are gonna be swapping over to, woo-hoo, the Pizzelle Cookies. I like super clicked on a whole bunch of shit. Dova, hello! Brown sugar boba pearls on her ooh, nice! Welcome in, Dova. Welcome in. So Pizzelles. The Pizzelle maker comes with the recipe. My aunt also printed the recipe at one point, but it comes with the recipe. It is a very, very simple recipe. Banana bread, but you need to find a good gluten-free recipe for it now. So I bet, May, that the recipe I have could be made with, I even have it on hand because I have friends in my life that need to be gluten-free for celiac. You can substitute out the flour, I would almost guarantee it, in my banana bread with this. It's completely gluten-free. I've used it a multitude of times in gluten-free baking. It is a 1-to-1, so however much flour, like basic all-purpose flour you would use, you use the same amount of this. You don't have to add in any xanthan gum. You don't have to add in any baking powder or anything else. You just need that. Because mine is a quick bread recipe. It's not like a let it rise with yeast recipe. And like I've literally made cakes and stuff where I just do the 1-to-1 flour swap and they're fine. So I would bet even if you have a basic quick bread, I bet that flour would work for you. You have that, then you should be good, I would think. To put them in some iced coffee, ooh, nice. So we're gonna need 3 large eggs, 3/4 cup sugar, 2 teaspoons baking powder, a stick of butter, melted and cooled, 2 teaspoons of vanilla, 1 3/4 cup all-purpose flour, and a 1/2 teaspoon of anise seed, which is optional, and I don't use it because I don't like the flavor of anise. That's for the vanilla ones. We're making vanilla and chocolate. For chocolate, it says to omit the vanilla and the anise and add 3 tablespoons cocoa and 3 tablespoons sugar. When my aunt and I made these though, the chocolate ones did not spread the way the vanilla ones did, and I think it's because they had you take out the vanilla, so I'm keeping it in. I'm going to keep it in. We will see if it will cookie. It should cookie, so that they will still spread out and actually do what they're supposed to. So I need to get out eggs, sugar, baking powder, butter. Baking powder is here. Ugh. Baking powder. Pull out the entire thing of eggs because we're going to be using a lot of these. I do not know how many cookies this will make. I don't remember how many times my aunt and I had to make the recipe. And this does not tell you how many it makes. All for leaving out the anise. Absolutely anus. Anus. Took the bus up to Target today for groceries, dropped them off at home, walked to my local bookstore, then had a local... Ooh! How many books did you buy? How many books did you buy, Dova? Butter. We're just gonna get out an entire pound of butter. Because not only do you need butter for the recipe itself, you need butter for the pizzelle maker. Butter, vanilla, I need flour and sugar. Sugar. Flour part 1. Hold, please. Flour part 2, because I bet I'm gonna need to refill this guy. I'm gonna need a mixing bowl. Because for the first time that you guys probably have ever seen, I'm not going to do this in my stand mixer. I will be doing this by hand. I will get another bowl when it's time for the chocolate. I don't know particularly how big I need it to be. We're going with decent. No books. It is rude of the recipe to not say how many. It is. It's very rude. Okay. They didn't have what you were looking for. That's fair. That's fair, Dova. So we're gonna melt the butter and set aside. I am gonna melt the butter in one of my little glass ramekins, which are from Pampered Chef, by the way. I don't promote a lot of brands on here. I'm not sponsored by any of them, by any means. But Pampered Chef has these little like 1 cup measure. They say it's 1 cup. I don't know if I believe them. Ramekins, the thing I like about them is they're glass, so they're microwave safe, and they have lids, so I can store stuff. But we're gonna put our butter in here. I'm gonna cut it in half, actually. Should have just saved the banana knife, but alas. I'm cutting it in half solely because I want it to not melt all over the microwave. That's the reason. So it'll fit in here better for microwaving that way. Put it in the microwave for, we'll go a minute. We'll let it start there. One stick of butter. Beat eggs and sugar until, oh damn it, I'm gonna need the, hang on, hold please. Quick whisk wash. I need my whisk back. We're gonna do all the vanilla first, by the way, and then we'll do all the chocolate. Because that way, I don't get chocolate in the vanilla, and the chocolate recipe is the same as the vanilla. You just add chocolate, basically. So it's not a big deal if you get vanilla in the chocolate. That's called thinking ahead. It's about the most ahead I can think. 1 minute's up on the microwave. Well, I'm glad I had a paper towel in there because it definitely overflowed. Whoops. Now we know, cut it smaller. Or do it in 30-second bursts. Okay. Eggs and sugar. 3 eggs. I'm actually just gonna do this row because then I can see rows. One. There are very few recipes that I'll do by hand, but simple ones like this, no problem. I'll do this by hand. And I could do it with the stand, but it's not worth it. And I do my brownies by hand. 3 large eggs. Ugh, get in the garbage. It bounced out. It may have just appeared, Nova. I may have been going through my VIPs this morning and realizing that I had missed some very important people and dragons in my life. Okay, so eggs, 3/4 cup sugar. Let me get my 3/4 cup out again. Everything is just coming up 3/4 of a cup for the sugar. Ooh, you go up here. So I can move this over so I have a little bit of pouring space.
I'm gonna need you to drink some
Bear
water.
with honor and joy. I'm glad. I got you, Miri. Hydration successful. I went to say successful and succeeded at the same time. My bad. 3/4 cup sugar. Fun fact, sugar basically cooks eggs. It's not gonna cook them to the point of like, I made an omelet by putting sugar in my eggs, but it starts that process. In they go. And I'm just gonna beat the hell out of them. Scraping down the sides real quick to make sure it's all in there. Ooh, some strawberries. Let's go, Tamaiti. You mean snackies time? I understand that, Tamaiti. That's why I ate a banana and a graham cracker, or at least a part of it, and a couple spoonfuls of the custard. Whew. Switching hands.
It's a wonk tootie, she's a potato.
Because it is getting paler. I know it's a little hard to tell, but it is getting paler. Tootie, hi! The baking is going fantastic. How are you, friend? Welcome in. Tootie bakes virtually the way I bake digital, or IRL. You should see her in Plate Up, you guys. I go to Tootie to brag about my long-standing coffee, aka ice cream shop, Turbo. It's potato! You can't bake like this in Plate Up. I know, but skill-wise, your skills in Plate Up. There we go. Look at that. Beautiful. Okay, into this. Okay, that can fall all the way in. Will you sit on the edge? Can I balance you? No? Okay. Sit here. Add melted butter and vanilla. All right, let me get the butter that I exploded everywhere. And it's funny because the paper towel is in here for the butter that gets everywhere from making microwave popcorn. And now it has protected against microwave butter. Ooh, that's a little warm. just a wee bit warm. Add 1 whisk, yeah. Add 1 whisk, exactly, Miri. So the reason you have to let this cool is so it doesn't just immediately cook your eggs. Like literally you end up with sugary scrambled eggs. How much vanilla do we need? 2 teaspoons. All my teaspoons except for the 1/8 of a teaspoon have been used. They're all somewhere over there. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put the vanilla into the butter. Because I'm gonna want to immediately whisk this. Yeah, I think the butter maybe only would have taken 30 seconds. Set this down. I'm wondering if I shouldn't just automatically double this for the vanillas. And so while I'm moving the butter, or the eggs, and I'm gonna pour the butter. This effectively kind of tempers the eggs. Oh, we got brown butter. Oh, we basically burnt the butter a little bit. Ooh, that got really hot. So that the eggs don't cook. Like, actually cook. Brown butter is a thing. It can be very tasty. A lot of people prefer it for some of their baked goods. Not our necessary goal, but it won't hurt it. I don't make the small. Well, I technically could have used the 1/8 of a teaspoon for the pinch of salt. I just didn't. But no, I do not make small enough batches for that. Of anything. Beat until blended. Sift together 1 cup of the flour and the baking powder, then combine with the wet ingredients and fold until just blended, adding the remaining flour and fold again until just incorporated. Okay, now I can do this. Stay. Get all that butter up. Set this down in the back. I need my big old 2-cup measure. Make sure it's dry on the inside because we don't need the flour sticking where it doesn't belong. I am going to fill this from here after I use some of here because then it'll fit nicely. And this is easier to pour. VTuber model, not for you to stream. You say this, Tamaiti. I see the words coming out on the screen, but I feel like a Murdrella stream may be in our futures. And I'm here for it if you choose to. I'm also here for it if you just set up the PNG version of it in Fujitech for when you're doing things on stream with people who do that kind of stuff. It's for something else. Cook the souls of the innocent. Welcome in, Planet Eater MD. I don't know if there's anybody innocent around. Big fan of VTubers. There's some. Yes, there are some really adorable ones. So 1 3/4 cup. And I know what it says to do. You're about to watch me give essentially 0 fucks about what it says to do. I know it says to use 1 cup, get it started, and then fold in the rest with the baking powder. Chicken jockey. We will sift. We're going to estimate. How much do I need? 1/2 teaspoon. No, I'm lying. That's the wrong ingredient. 2 teaspoons. I need paper towel so I can wipe this out of the vanilla, because we're going to be using this back and forth. Kitchen jockey. Autocorrect get you, did it, May? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this on the top so that it definitely slides into the sifter first. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. And we're just going to eyeball it into the sifter. It's roughly a cup. I can probably get away with a smaller mixing bowl. Oop. Hallelujah. We're going to move to a glass bowl after this. Good enough. This flour is pre-sifted. It's fine. And it wants it folded. Let me reread that. Yes, I need my spatula. You fold with a spatula, not with a whisk. You're all the ingredients. Call chat the ingredients. Oh my God. Is chat gonna be my ingredients when I'm baking? Is that what I'm gonna call you guys? Welcome in, ingredients. So folding is the very specific act, and this is gonna be difficult because this bowl is so big, of just literally flipping it over on itself. We're not making Soylent Green. Did you know, speaking of that, I've never seen the movie, for the record, but I know what the reference is. Did you know that there is a company that makes a liquid meal replacement and they called themselves Soylent? Like, that's literally what it's called. You can Google it. It exists. I know because at my old job, one of the bosses, one of the owners of the company, was like, I'm too busy to eat real meals. I'm going to this, and he did the Soylent thing for a while. They were an interesting group, though, those people. His brother, one of the other owners of the company, and my more direct boss for the bulk of my time there, he was having health issues, and so he did a lot of the quote-unquote detox diets. So like only drinking apple cider vinegar with cayenne powder for like 3 days to cleanse his system kind of stuff. The things that you're like, you know, that's probably really dangerous, because it is. We're basically folding this, by the way, so that we don't knock out as much air as we otherwise might with our eggs that we beat. Okay, that's basically streak free. I do give you delicious people-fueled meals, Nova. I do game. Yep, I'm a variety streamer, so I do all sorts of things. The Room World cookbook must be insane. You have 100% watch time. Let's go. Yeah, the Room World cookbook probably is insane. In it goes. Folding the rest of it in. Yeah, I'm going to do a much smaller mixing bowl. I definitely don't need it to be this big. I am not good with depth perception and estimating, so I would rather have my bowl originally be too big and have more space than I need than be getting dough, batter technically, all over the place because I underestimated. Yeah, last night actually we were playing the new Phasmo Easter event. That was a lot of fun. Wednesday we played Plate Up. The Sunday prior we did nail art. Friday prior was more Phasmo. Wednesday prior to that was RimWorld. So it's kind of whatever is striking the fancy. But I try to do at least one baking stream every month. Phasmo is typically on Fridays. Typically, but I'm thinking if I get into story games from here forward, I'm going to just run with the story game until I finish it, and then I'll put something else in. So that way we're not breaking it up, because when we did Myst and Riven and one of the Amnesia games, we were breaking it up to just only do them on like Wednesdays, and it's hard to keep up with the story that way. So we'll keep it all together. All right, I'm going to actually transfer this now so that it's easier for me to scoop. Ultra Kill, I don't know of it. The Westeros cookbook, ooh. If I tried a pepper and vinegar diet, I think the heartburn, right, Everett? Also, welcome in, how are you? The chocolate cake one was pretty cool. Yeah, this is the Stardew Valley cookbook. And even though this isn't the artwork from the game, there is lore from the game in here. It was made with the consent of the creator of the game. So, like, this actually has like a note from the Queen of Sauce on it, which I think is very cool. Grumpy Cloud. Don't anger the mods. So yeah, I do have the Stardew Valley one, and it's fun. It is fun. Let me get the glass mixing bowl. That'll also give me some more space. Oh, how handy. Seamus washed it. One of them. There's two. This one's clean. The other one might still be drying, because we don't need the giant bowl. So this will be so much easier. But yeah, I am feeling the itch to really get back into those story and puzzle games. It's been a minute. There's more now because Everett informed me of it, of the Myst series that we need to play. We're doing Plate Up right now. I really want to finish that run. I enjoy that kind of chaos. Yeah, we got plenty of space in here. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be a good time. I've got more of the frictional games available to play. Do I have a? I do. You wish you could smell the baking through the internet? Welcome in, Spooky Time Pizza. How are you? Scratch and sniff streams, right? Okay, I'm gonna set the whole bowl off to the side, but I need my spatula. Okay, we need to tidy a little bit because now we have to cook these. I'm gonna need you, table. I'm gonna need you to be my holding space. Spin, no, that way, because you're gonna need to see that. Cyan released some new Myst content, actually. I think I saw that. To nom the treats. Seamus, because he's my IRL fiance, will be the only one here in chat right now who gets to nom these treats. But the people who are my close friends on the internet, so next week, literally a week from today, next Saturday, I'm gonna be baking a whole bunch of cookies for my bowling banquet, and we'll be doing it on stream. And I did tell my really good internet friends For the cost of shipping, I'll send them some of the extra cookies because there's going to be a lot of them. So they will also get to sample. That is not sealed tight. Click. You're suffering smelling it bake, right? Oh my God, I don't think I would want a Neuralink mod like that. Have a good sleep, Kodachi. Gnawing at your screen because of delicious cookies? Yes. Yeah, it's super fun. I love to send my cookies out to people, but shipping is expensive, which is why I finally was like, you know what? Seamus and I shouldn't, like, it's not that we can't eat all of the cookies, we shouldn't eat all of the cookies. So I made the offer to a couple of friends who have never tried my cookies before, so this will also be a treat for them. That they pay the shipping, I'll send the cookies. And they were both like, oh hell yeah. Oh hell yeah. And I was like, golden. Because next week we're gonna make chocolate chip, snickerdoodle, and oatmeal raisin cookies. And if you know, which you should by now, I am very fast at making cookies. Pies take me a little longer. Cookies, we're gonna whip them out. You forgot how busy Target would be today? Oh yeah, so what's a Pizzelle? Pizzelles are somewhere between a waffle and a cookie. They're made with a special cooker, which is why I'm clearing this because we need the space. And I'm debating if I get out a little side table to help, because I need, Pizzelles take space. Pizzelles take space, like that. I think I'm gonna need to grab a little side table. But anyways, this is a Pizzelle cooker. They're delicious is what they are. I do not do reaction streams, no. I see no point to it. I also don't watch that kind of content. Ugh. I do keep it in its box because it's more convenient to store it in a perfect rectangle than it is. And it keeps the recipe with it too. But then it is to store it as this. So this little guy, let's actually slide the protection paper into the box too, because the window is open that it's sitting in front of and I don't need it blowing across the kitchen. This guy is gonna be making everything. Appreciate you, Seamus. Don't anger the mods. Yeah, I don't mind people coming in and asking questions, but the spam messages were not okay. And it seemed like they weren't here for this, which that's okay. I'm not everybody's cup of tea and I don't have to be. So we're gonna plug this in, which if I remember right, that automatically starts it. There should be, no, this is not, yes, there is, it's on the front. Okay, so there's a light on the front. Created 4 weeks ago. And you did the right thing, you warned him privately. I appreciate you, Seamus. I'm gonna tilt this down so I may get the top of my head cut off a little bit, but I want you guys to be able to see this. I need to get table, which we put those that porch or that porch? Because my table here is just not going to, well, no, maybe I can do it with this table. I just have to tidy a little bit, which is fine because that's got to heat up anyways. Ugh, that goes up there. That'll be put away eventually. These are ingredients. Ingredients get... Is there one in the living room?
Yes.
I can has. You just don't sit there and passion. Yeah. I don't. That's true, Everett. Supper? Save some for all of us, Dova. I do want it.
Oh.
What's that?
You don't want it?
No, I do want it.
Okay. What do you want?
Block me in, baby. Because this will be so much easier. Because I'm going to need to get a plate out to put the pizzelles on, or a tray. Actually, that tray is going to be reused. I forgot how much this would thicken up. Thank you, Seamus. Tug. Tug. Okay, perfect. I'm gonna put all of my ingredient stuff on ye old table, which means ye old table will have to be washed after this from just like butter residue and shit, but this will be so much easier. Set this down to put my spoon and my kniffy on. Vanilla. It's getting warm in here. I did turn off, yeah, I did turn off the oven. Okay. For a second there, I was like, uh-oh. Uh-oh. So then, do I want it on the tray? I'll put them on the tray after. I need... Okay, you guys can see that part. By the way, Seamus, thank you for the giant emote as you took care of the person who was probably under 18. Honestly, that's usually the way it goes. The people who behave like that are usually minors, and they shouldn't be here in the first place. And this is a public service announcement for anybody else who streams. If somebody is bothering you, they're probably bothering chat, so just toss them. Thank you for the giant emote again. The baked blueberry cheesecake, let's go, Honorous. I want to know how it comes out when you're done. Okay, that's heated up. I need melted butter, again, for the, this. So hold please, I have to go all the way around now to get to the cupboard. And to the microwave, but it works. It works out well. Ooh, it might have started raining, which would be good because it means it's gonna make some cool air. Oh yeah, it's pouring. Let's go, it's raining. And that also makes me feel less bad about being inside baking now that the weather is not conducive to taking a walk. Okay. There are a lot of like get it set up steps to this. I'm gonna do 30 seconds in the microwave this time instead of a minute, because a minute was too long. Ugh. This is purely for dusting them. How do I want to do this? You know what? We're gonna do that. And that. But I need one for the interim. Ugh, come on. Don't be stuck. And you guys don't fall over so that this door will still close. Perfect. Oh, ads. Oh, it's like 2 tablespoons of batter in the center. Okay. How did the butter do? 30 seconds of work. Most excellent. Do I want to use my tablespoon for this? I mean, I can. That's a doable thing. Oh, the breeze feels so nice. Okay. This is a multi-step process. You do, in fact, have... Nope, you're stuck. We need to use a pastry brush. I am getting a lot of steps across the kitchen. We need a pastry brush to brush the thing with the butter. Then we put the dough in the thing, and then we smush the thing and do the thing. So even though this is non-stick, this is just a good idea. Oh, I need a fork too now that I think about it. Let me grab that before I get started because you actually use the fork to get them out. Forks. Welcome back, friends. And it's 1.5 to 2 minutes. So let me get this. Like so. 130 done. So that's ready. So we're gonna take 1, and I'm just gonna use my finger because I can. 2. I think we used spoons last time, but I want to get a feel for how much does this look like before I try to use spoons. Come on, squeeze, thank you. Start. We let them go. But now that I've seen that, I bet I can use spoons. Can I reach? Can I do this? Ooh, I think I can. Oh, I can. Hallelujah. Sometimes I impress myself. Sometimes I impress myself. I really do want you guys to have more of a view of this. You don't need my face as much for this. Oh, if you could smell this. Divine. Delightful. Wonderful. It is 1.5 to 2, right? 1:20 to 2, which is weird. 1:20 to 2. We'll go for 1.5. I'll check it in just a moment. Almost. They're just getting some color. These are Pizzelles. And because when they're warm, they're floppy, you can mold them. Okay, looks like I'm probably only gonna need 1 fork. I thought I might need 2. It is specific timing, yes. And most people who make these a lot will eventually get used to what that timing is without having to use a timer, right? But for me right now, it's just easier to use a timer. So two basically is 1 giant scoop here. So we're gonna use the spoon method. It's not quite enough. I can tell you that right now. There we go. Start. But they go fast because of it. And they're cute. And they set up very quickly. We let them cool for a minute and then they get transferred over here where we will then sprinkle them with powdered sugar. And actually, we can sample a little bit because you can pull off the little bit of excess. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. Oh, I love these cookies. They're, oh, I don't even know how to describe them. They're just good. Okay, it's still green. I wanted to make sure that my mic hadn't started to go like blinking red on me because I feel like it's around this time because we've been at it for 2.5 hours. The smell, that's right, Seamus, you've never smelled these before. Well, Seamus, welcome to Pizzelle Cookies. I can hear him typing. I'm just waiting to see what pops up. They're very eggy. They have a, yes, they do have a crepe-like aroma. Delete. Dismiss. I hit the delete button. Thank you. But yeah, while they're still warm like this, you can drape them over bowls. You could roll them around a cannoli form. You can do a lot with them. So this has cooled off a little bit. So this next set might take more than the minute and a half. Oh, nope, it's back to green. I lied. No, I do need to dip it again. I wasn't sure if maybe I would have enough on there. Will there be butter on the counter island thing? Yes, yes, there will. Will there be dough? Probably. You want to try to center it as well as you can. So that when you smush it, it smushes in all the right ways. Start. It is easy to eat a lot of them, yeah. That's kind of what makes them dangerous. Not gonna lie. Let me actually get the little duster. Hi, Smeagol. I know it's past dinner time, but I'm in the middle of stuff, so you're just gonna have to hang on, buddy. Which does not have, like, it's clean, but I've never filled it with confectioner sugar, aka powdered sugar. Do I only have a tiny, no. No, I always have a ton of confectioner sugar. There's no way that this little bag is all the confectioner sugar that I own. There's absolutely no fucking shot. Because it's gonna be real bad if it is. I normally have like so many bags of confectioner sugar. It's stupid. Yeah, you can see this one's smushed more like over here versus into the center. Honorous, have you played the Phasmo Easter event yet? Have you seen the cute jackalope? You can hide in the decorations? I was not aware of that one. But it makes sense. It does make sense. I let the dough sit for a little too long. That's the struggle right now. That's okay. I'm gonna make it work. Work, baby, work. Disco Inferno. I have no idea if those are the actual lyrics. Start. Yeah, so this might be all I have. Ah, so Flash discovered it. Leave it to Flash Force. Oh, Force Flash. Plant-based fried fish fillets. Ooh. I hope they're good, Dova. I hope they're good. Because I know plant-based meat substitutes can be hit or miss. Come on. Okay, this fills the container. Mostly. Someone told him about it. Ah. Well, the ghost is chasing you and poof, you disappear. Interesting. There must also be some interesting collision with it then. Okay. So I'm gonna move this and this. And then it's just a little toot-a-toot. Toot-a-toot. This one's cool enough as well. So tasty. And this one. Dismiss. So that we always have room for the next cookie. Boop. Bloop. You've had their other mock items? Excellent. I'm glad to hear that. I am glad to hear that. Because it does stink, right? When you spend money on something thinking you're gonna love it and then you hate it. Don't you run away from me. I may have to eventually invest in like a heat-proof silicone pad for this thing. I'm honestly surprised though that Flash would experiment with something like that because technically speaking, with his agreement with the Faz devs, he's not allowed to utilize and like show off exploits. Technically speaking, it's part of being a Kinetic Games partner. But it might have also just been that he didn't believe the person, so. And then he'll go and report it and it'll get fixed. Because I'm sure that is not what they intend. Start. Yeah, that's the way to do it. 0 multiplier. Makes sense. So he must have turned it so that he would not lose his items to turn into a 0 multiplier, because if it was friendly ghost, he couldn't test it. Try to turn this so that I'm not completely off camera at all times here. And as we dust these, we can pile them. Ooh, this has a lot of lacy bits to snap off and nom. Redbane, thank you for the lurk. Do that. File them up. So that's half a dozen right there. I may do double batches of each. I'm gonna just push the curtain to the other side. I had a moment of terror there as the curtain billowed in and kind of came towards the cooker. The last thing I need to buy a hot cooker is a fabric curtain. Wipe it down. No sticking. Sticking is bad. It also tickles me that they have the pattern in the opposite way from side to side. A little bit towards the back so that it can spread forward. Like so. Start. They're really quick, honestly. They're not taking a horrendous amount of time. And you can just see me do the powdered sugar. You don't want to put the powdered sugar on when they're too hot because then it's just going to melt and what's the point? You know? What's the point? I need more water. It is presently, does that say 77 in here? Yes, it does. It's 77 degrees in here, Smeagol. It's warm. It's real warm. I made it spicy hot in here. Shocker. Shocker. Yeah, so what I'll do is I'll probably like try to scrape as much out of there as I can so that then I can work with as few earlier particles as possible. We'll do a second batch of vanilla and then we'll do 2 batches of the chocolate. Dismiss. Now the one I'm expecting to freak out a little bit about me doing these is Seamus's mom. So his mother is very Italian. Like Italian Catholic Italian. No longer practicing Catholic. But that, you know, that's the style of household she grew up in. I think it was his great aunt that was like off the boat Italian. New York City Italians. He moved up here when he was like 5, and even further north than where we are now. But I'll still call him a Flatlander because I can. But anyways, so there aren't any, like aside from the one run by Hispanic people, which is hilarious, any really good Italian bakeries in this area that's like authentic Italian. We've got a couple, I guess, but they're not easy to find. So she doesn't get those like true Italian treats very often. And this is definitely one of those like Italian treats. So I have a feeling she's going to be very excited when she sees these. The last thing we gave her that made her very excited was sfigatelle. You have no idea how long I had to practice to be able to say that correctly. Sfigatelle. Smoosh, smoosh, smoosh. Start. So, I love, though, when I do my baking, I really do love making things that people don't get to see or eat very often. And then all of a sudden, here I am, your magic fairy bake mother, Damn weird Italian pastry names, right? It's amazing. Let's go, Dova. I'm so happy for you. Yes, Sfigatelle. It is. That's why I'm pretty sure I'm not pronouncing this right. I'm sure they're not actually pronounced Pizzelles. It's probably like Pizzelle. Pizzelles. I will call them Pizzelles. Your mother can correct me tomorrow. And my aunt. And like everybody else who just calls them Pizzelles. Boop. Boo-doo-doop. Boop. Boo-doo-doop. I think this is a dozen, this one. So I'm gonna guess that they make roughly like 1.5 to 2 dozen a piece. You saw his cookbook at the store today? Ha, that's amazing, Dova. That's amazing. Good for him. Really. Yeah, that's good. It should also be noted, yes, this is a non-stick surface, and yes, I'm using a metal fork, but I'm not digging in. I'm very gently getting in there, so I'm not actually scratching the non-stick surface. And I'm taking 0 chances with the non-stick surface, which is why I'm always brushing it with butter. No sense in trying fate. Come on, unstick from the spoon. Thank you. Oh, they do smell heavenly. They really do. I'm torturing Seamus right now with the scent of these. I'm torturing myself too. You love Pizzelles? Hello, Craig. How are you? It's been a while. Pasta grannies? Can you put that in my Discord, Dova, so I don't lose that? Because I would love adorable Italian cooking videos. Yeah, you're also a night shifter, aren't you? I said I'm torturing you, Seamus, with the smell of these. All 3 kids. Oh my God, I forgot you had a 3rd one, Craig. Holy shit. Your oldest, though, has to be in like middle school, isn't she? She's got to be around 10 or 11. Which is wild because you were not the one that any of us, I think, pictured having kids when we were in high school. Your stomach is grumbling. 11, 4, and 1. Holy smokes. And I'm guessing it's 3 and done. I'm guessing it's 3 and done. So that makes 4 people now who's come in and knows what a pizzelle is. This pleases me. This pleases me immensely. Like a well-oiled machine. Is your mom still in Louisiana, Craig, or has she moved back closer yet? Every year now is what you tell her you want for Christmas. It's a really good Christmas present. Like shit. That is a solid ask for Christmas. She's still down in the bayou. Oh my goodness. More power to her. I would not want to live in a place below sea level. I should be able to get at least one more cookie. Yeah. And then it'll be time to make another set of dough, where I will set that off to the side because that's the smart thing to do. Dang it. I was gonna eat that piece. And then I went and dropped it on the floor. Oh well. Appreciate it, Dova. And keep you up on monitor too to support. Like, yeah, absolutely. Go play Monster Hunter. I really appreciate the lurk. Lurkers are the backbone of Twitch. 100%. Enjoy Monster Hunter. I'm assuming Wilds. I'm assuming you're playing the most recent one. I've yet to beat World, so I haven't played Rise, and I don't even own Wild because I haven't done the other two. There's no point until I get them done. Until I get them done. Did I get them out the back? I did get that one out the back a little bit. That's what I figured would happen. Dismiss. Squeeze and pop and up and yeah. Okay. Yeah, it really doesn't hold quite enough to just go hell's bells. Balls to the walls with painting it again immediately. But like I said, I should be able to get one more with what's here. It almost smells like a county fair because it's like hot butter and dough and deliciousness. That's the best I can describe it for you guys. It's like a county fair. I should try making these more frequently though, so that I can really get the amount of dough down and get like the placement down so that they are more uniformly perfect. I get the feeling my grandmother, when she made them, probably actually went overzealous with the dough so that it was oozing out the edges, and then she probably just trimmed the edges to get them to be like perfect, because she really did only make them once a year. Okay. Scrape this down because I'm gonna need this to be in folding shape, so I'm gonna want to give her a rinse. We're basically gonna use hot water to our advantage and just rinse everything. Dough for me, yo. Dough for me. this, whatever it is. Okay. So this heats up pretty fast. So while I'm resetting, I'm going to unplug it because I want to not have like it on constantly. I'm gonna put you guys back to words on stream for a moment, do a little quick cleaning. I'm gonna run another set of ads because I might as well, so that I can rinse this out. It'll just make things easier than having the tacky dough in here like this, because it's kind of like gummy, and that will actually impact our cooking. So I'm gonna bring you back over here, and we're gonna put it back on autopilot, and I'm gonna let you guys go to town. And I'm gonna do a quick resetty spaghetti. I actually do have to wash everything though because they're in my way. And I almost forgot to hit the run ads button. Apologies if you get stuck in ads, but this way, hopefully you're not stuck in ads during the actual action of baking the cookies. And yes, Smeagol, I will get you your wets. I will, buddy. You're being very patient. He's always like, Mom, whenever you bake, this happens. I hates it. Right, there's a thingy in here. Wipe this out. The really nice thing is I'm not going to be up till midnight. Because that used to happen in the past. I would just, like, not time things well, and then all of a sudden I was baking at 2 in the morning for the next day. So if there's anything that streaming has given me, it's better time management. Now that I bake on stream. Giving me much better time management. For the most part. Excuse me. Come here, sprayer. Help me out. Ah, that'll be much easier with the double boiler. the last of it here. Out of the cracks and crevices. Look at you go! Huzzah! That's clean. So I can get these items clean that I am actually using. Actually, also, if I'm smart, I'll wash my butter guy. So that I don't have hot butter on the outside of it. Because it's going to reheat when I reuse it to melt more butter. For the baking part, not the... Or like the actual ingredients part. Oops, I dropped it. Sometimes I do smart things. Not always, but sometimes. Drop that off. Drop that off. And maybe this time, because I'll be in a little bit of a better fluid, it won't get as gummy. It'll be easier to work with. We shall see. Dry that off. Man, the apron just protected me from squirting water all over myself out of the sponge. Maybe I should wear an apron more often, because I do that pretty much every time I wash dishes. At least once in a day. So if I'm only washing them once in the day, it will be that time. If you would kindly, like, stay, that would be fantastic. Bowl. I don't need you falling whenever you please. I'm gonna drop you enough. Ugh. I'm gonna drop you more than a DJ drops the beat, dagnabbit. Hopefully not. Were we up to a fake letter? Okay. I need a dry rag Smeagol needs his wet food because he's been being very patient. And it's an hour past dinner time for him. Yes, it's an hour past your dinner time. Hera doesn't like wet food, so she does not give a shit about any of this. But the poor baby is starving, you guys. Wasting away to nothing, huh, Smeagol? You think you are anyways. But I saw the empty food dishes this morning. I know you guys are eating just fine. Rinse, rinse. Put away the remaining. Oh my goodness, what a pathetic meow. Oh my goodness, Smeagol. The hardship. You're gonna get stepped on if you keep weaving in between my legs. There you go. Okay. Let me dry the dishes that I just washed out for the express purposes of reusing without gummy dough in them. Oop. Those are police sirens. And fire department sirens. That's not a good sign. Somebody's having a bad evening here in the old dam. Do that. And stay there. This is not being used, so it can be put away. There we go. Okay. Whew, it's so warm in here. It's so warm. Oh, back to the beginning. Hi, Collect. How can I not get pies? We baked pies today. We both saw it at the same time, Collect. I wonder if this is a word. Nope, sure isn't. I'm gonna go turn it off autopilot though. Nicely done. Ooh, last one in from Miri. Turn off the autopilot. Come back so I can see you guys. Come back over to here so you can kind of see me. Okay, I'm gonna quick powder sugar these because that's what we need to do. Yeah, so all total we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 19. We got 19, so about 1.5 dozen out of it. So we'll get about 3 dozen by doing double batches, which gives us 6 dozen total cookies, which is plenty for people. That's 15 for you? You wish, Seamus. You wish. I need chapstick. I just took a drink of water. Yeah, this is still warm, but it's not like, holy fuck, gonna burn myself warm. So here we go again. One stick of butter, cut in half to fit in here better. 30 seconds is all we need in the microwave to melt it. We know now. We have been educated. And there's not butter all down the outside, so I'm not going to burn myself. That's what I was talking about when if you heard me while I was washing. I'm not gonna burn myself when I go to do the stuff and the things. Oh, you're not cooking them up for dinner. Neither one of you are cooking each other for dinner. Yeah, no burning. No burning the butter, no burning my fingers. No burning. Oh, you are eating the wet food, Hera. Since when do you like wet food, and did you throw your brother out? Because, yikes. Well, that's new. Uh-oh. Yep, there it goes. For a second there, I was like, I don't see the bar moving, but now it's there. Thank you for letting me know the mic died. I said that it went from hero to zero very fast. Because we literally just kind of looked down. It was at around the 2-hour 50 mark on OBS, and it's at the 3-hour 27 mark now. That fast. We got like 40 minutes. It went from green to dead. All right, so there's that. We need 3/4 cup sugar. 3/4 cup sugar. Sugar. 3/4 cup. I'm being careful because I know there's like butter drippings over here to not set things in the butter drippings. I am nothing, by the way, if not a slightly messy baker. Vin, hi! How are you? Sugar. You guys, Vin is my counterpart in the kitchen. As far as Stram goes. When he has the ability, he does cooking streams, like actual cooking streams. I bake the dessert. Vin makes all the mouth-watering dinner. But he also is a chaos monster because Vin makes the most diabolical mod packs in Lethal, and I'm assuming now Repo, that I've ever seen. Who even streams? Wow. Are you gonna tell me I'm wrong, Vin? Are you gonna tell me I'm wrong about your mod packs? Because that would be a damn lie, sir. How dare. I am being accused of being chaotic, and you are chaotic. Let's be honest here, Vin. Could any of us survive in this friend group if we were not a little bit of chaos beans? How dare. How dare I? Whew. I always forget just how much arm strength I have lost until I try to beat my eggs by hand. You run a good Christian Minecraft server. I'm beginning to wonder what the Christian ethics are based on all these people who are running good Christian Minecraft servers these days. How are you doing, Vin? How is your Saturday going? Because as we found out at the beginning of stream, it is in fact Saturday, not Sunday. Just wanted to say hi. You have to run for chores. Go get those chores done. I appreciate the lurk and for popping in to say hi. I hope you're having a fantabulous day. Conversion by force and subjugation by Inquisition. Yeah, right? No one expects the Spanish Inquisition. But now you guys can actually see it getting paler. You can see what I was talking about that first time. Because we're effectively beating air into this. Okay. Whew. My poor arm. My poor arm. Into this. The melted butter and the vanilla. Where did I put my vanilla? There's the vanilla. We need like what? 2 teaspoons vanilla? 2 teaspoons vanilla. Roger Dodger. One. Two. And a sniff for good measure. That's the good shit right there. That is the good shit. If you don't have good quality vanilla to smell, I pity you. Because it's so yummy. All right, in it goes. Get that all nicely mixed. Put this down over here. And then we need, what is it, 1 3/4 cups flour? 1 3/4 cup flour. Carrie, hi! Sniff, don't sip. Exactly, Miri, exactly. Quick lurk during break, no problem. No problem. Totally understand it. Appreciate you lurking while you break. Carrie is at work right now, guys. She's snuggling all the puppies. The sweet babies. I do make weird sounds while I bake. If you've been here for more than like 30 seconds, you've realized this. One 3/4. Okay. That goes back over there for the moment. We need 2 teaspoons of the baking powder, which is why we're going to dry this out. One, 2. And then I need my sifter. Not to be confused with my sister with how I said that. It's already a little gummy from the sugar. So I actually want to get this out of here because we're going to fold. Good enough. Sift together the baking powder and the flour. Good enough. And then we need the spatula to do the good folding. What, Smeagol? I know, we'll do second dinner after I'm done baking, okay, baby? Now that I realize Hera will eat, maybe it's just the flaked. Maybe she just likes the flaked and doesn't like the morsels. I'm not sure. Smeagol's very particular. He'll only eat morsels or flaked wet cat food. Won't eat the pate. I may get 1 can of pate and see if Hera will eat that, because if that's the case, she can have the pate, he can have the morsels, and life goes on. We'll see. We shall see. Weird sounds are part of the process. They really are, Miri, especially if you're me. A couple more turns. Speaking of the devil, there's Hera tip-tapping across the floor now. I can tell the difference between which cat's walking because of how they sound. Hera's thumbs with their little claws make a tip-tap, whereas Smeagol does a thud-thud, because Smeagol thinks he's an elephant. And actually, while I fold this, we'll plug this back in. Get it going again. So it can heat up. While I get the next dough ready. Case! Oh my gosh, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. My name is Saknika. You may also hear me called Sam. I'm a member of the Everbright Global Gaming and Set the Tone stream teams, and today we're in my kitchen. We're baking. We made a banana cream pie with a chocolate graham cracker crust earlier, and now we're working on a traditional Italian cookie called a Pizzelle, which I'm sure I'm mispronouncing, but fuck it. But I'm also a variety streamer here on Twitch, so when I'm not baking, sometimes we paint our nails, sometimes we play spoopy games, sometimes we play cozy games. It's whatever the vibe feels like. How was Baldur's Gate? I was lurking for a while. How did stream go? How many people did we fuck? You gotta run, no worries. No worries if you gotta raid and run. I love you too, Case. Thank you again. Post-stream self-care is important, and I'm sure the dog needs stuff. I'm sure Frankenpup needs things. Hello, Opal. To drool over me? Oh my. Oh my. Thank you for the lurk, Dova. Okay, we've got our dough back together. So we'll get about another 18 or 19 cookies out of this. And then we'll make chocolate. Chocolate cookies, not actual chocolates. I got time tonight, but I don't got that much time. Yeah. There we go. And I'm gonna set this over here. I'm gonna pull this closer to me. We're gonna bring our brush it down butter back over. That is not green yet, so we're not ready. We're not ready. Daily self-care checking 11 times. Good job, Seamus. And friends, if you're not following Case, aka Outer God Inc., you're fucking missing out. They're amazing. I chill with them very frequently. We have quite a similar vibe of the chaos you were not expecting in different ways. But it's always a good time. You definitely want to follow Case. Like, if you're not, get over there. I see you. Hit the little heart icon for them. You know you want to. You know you want to. All right. She's good and hot. Let's mix this up here. Smeagol, why are we crying? Crackle, sizzle, crackle, sizzle. Yes. I wonder what I'm going to show you guys next out of my recipe repertoire when we do after the cookies this month. Because yeah, next Saturday, we're making cookies. So if you like baking, next week is all cookies. We're gonna do chocolate chip, snickerdoodles, and oatmeal raisin next week. Thank you for the lurk, Opal. I appreciate you. One big ol' scoop. Scrape that off of there. One big ol' scoop. Smoosh it down. Oop, wake up, phone. Wake up, I need the timer. Start. We're good, we're safe. Safe at second base. Oh God, Meatloaf is such a good artist. Oh, we really splooged on this side. I will not make the same mistake twice. We're gonna scrape towards there. Fabulous. Absolutely delicious. I wish I could send you tastes and smells through the internet. I really do, because it's so good. Where are we at on positioning? I guess I can do it a little bit more up. So it's not quite so much like cutting off at the eyes. Not quite so much that. I don't know if we're gonna get to the meringue tonight, you guys. I'm gonna be honest, that might be a I wake up and make it kind of thing. Because it is 8 o'clock and I have been on my feet for almost 4 hours straight now. Longer than that, actually, because I was doing this before we started this stream. So I very much might need to sit my ass down after these cookies. That might be a thing. Yeah. And it's not like we haven't made meringue before. We just haven't done it recently. What's up, Smeagol? Delete. When I say delete, it's because I'm stopping the timer before it rings at me. Just starting to get golden. That's what we want. Bloop. On to the cooling. Yeah, I think the cats are finally getting used to each other too. Smeagol may have also had like a little bit of a cold recently, because he was just like very not himself, but not unwell seeming. Like he wasn't necessarily acting unwell, he just wasn't acting like Smeagol. And it became a question of like, are you not feeling good, or are you just upset with us for bringing in another cat? You know? But I have a feeling because he just all of a sudden perked up, he probably just wasn't feeling the best. I'm sure the animals deal with the season changes much the way we deal with the season changes, where sometimes their body is just like, fuck this shit. Fuck all of this. Figure your shit out, seasons. Start. Yeah, poor Smeegs. I will definitely post pictures. I will definitely post pictures of the finished meringue. Absolutely. Your cats have been bonkers with the weather. It makes sense. It honestly makes sense. And it has just been yucky. We've been going from like really cold evenings to sometimes cooler days, back to like almost freezing point evenings. And then we're up, like today, it was damn near 80 degrees outside. Like it got warm today, and then and now it's raining, and then tomorrow I think it's supposed to be like in the 60s. So it's going up and down, and it can't decide. And if my body's handling it poorly, I can imagine his body would be handling it poorly too. Cool, I didn't get anything out the back end this time. Nothing came out the back. If I thought I could, I would get the little black chair out, but I think I would struggle with using this and sitting, because I don't have a good way to sit. You got the same there for bouncy weather? I believe it. It sucks. You know what I didn't think of, but I should have thought of? I wonder if my little cookie scoops would work well for this. I wonder if I could get a cookie scoop that's approximately 2 tablespoons, and then just the ones that are like an ice cream scoop, and use that. Food for thought. Food for thought. Yeah, did you get a bite to eat, Bubba? And some water? I heard you in there at the water fountain. Ooh, I hear church bells. Interesting. Oh, right, because it's probably Saturday night Easter Mass. We were literally discussing basically this earlier, weren't we? Start. The push-out scoop, yeah. I wonder, I don't know how many tablespoons that is. Because here it is. But it doesn't say. Yeah, because if it was 2 tablespoons, I could potentially use it. But I don't know that I would want to use plastic near the heat. I would be more inclined to use one of these guys. But again, this is definitely not 2 tablespoons. But this might be more than 2 tablespoons. I have to look up what 2 tablespoons is. If it's a number 40, then I'm good to go. Because that's a number 40. That's the bigger one. I dropped it in a correct direction this time. Is mine. Do you not like the church bell, Smeagol? I could measure it with spoons of water. You're right, Miri. I could do that. Maybe we'll do that before the chocolate. Do that. So pretty. Or are you in a play mood, Smeagol? Oh, he might be in a I want to play mood. Based on the sound of the meow he just gave. Yeah, now you sound like a car that can't start. Oh, I guess he was being really cute, funny earlier. Seamus was telling me about it. So one of the things that the rescue gave us when we brought Hera home was this like fleecy small cat blanket type thing. It's probably something that maybe had been in the enclosure with her, or it might have just been something that we could easily use for scent swapping. I'm not sure exactly the purpose, but they gave it to us, and it's cute. She wants nothing to do with it. Like, she could give a shit. She was so happy when she saw the giant climbable cat tree that she does not give a fuck about that blanket. Smeagol, on the other hand, he adores it, and he was playing with it and a little fabric mouse today, and Seamus said he like got it all wadded up and was like throwing it around. Like, it's in the living room. The blanket is in the living room, and he had it all the way out into the kitchen, like just wadded up. He is hilarious. Cat has no chill. The extras are for me. And yes, some of them I'm powdering the waffle side, and some of them I'm powdering the flour side. I'll have to get a bucket out for them at some point. Cats are great. Oh, you measure your mugs that way. That makes sense. I've never bothered to measure a mug, I'll be honest. Because they usually come as either 11 or 15 ounces. So I've never bothered. And we're good. That spread very interestingly, but I don't hate it, because I think that's how it's more or less supposed to be. Yeah, it's a flour. So that was a good amount. It's also important, I feel like, when you're doing these to do a set of vanilla first, because you get the timing right with the vanilla and then you just use that same timing for the chocolate. Sizzle, sizzle, pop, 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 sizzle, pop, 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 pop. Sorry. I'm sure I just got a terrible tune stuck in some people's heads. All the moms in chat are like, no! Or anybody who works in like a small children facility. Start. A lot of themed mugs, and you need, oh, so you don't really know. Okay. Yeah, the chocolate isn't gonna visibly brown, exactly. I've not heard chicken banana. I know apple pen, but I've not heard chicken banana. My Aunt Kathy literally got me this for Christmas because we made these cookies together and we were using one and I was like, I don't own one of those things and I like it. And she was like, done. She was like, if I don't have an extra one, I will get you one. I was like, bet. Oh, I've got an, this'll work. I've got an itch like on the back of my neck. You have to post a link in Discord? Absolutely, you will. But like, if you could not catch my hair at the same time, that would be great. I'm very glad right now that I decided I would shower after I baked the cookies and stuff versus before, because I am a sweaty mess. And if I had just showered and then I got all sweaty like this, I would be very upset with myself. That would suck. And I'm not gonna lie, as much fun as I had making these with my aunt last year, it is quite nice to just be able to be at home and work on them. I almost texted my sister though, because she's interested in learning how to make them, and told her if she didn't mind, you know, showing up on my stream, she could come over and hang out while I made these and, you know, to the best of our ability, work on them together. I'm glad I did not put that offer forward though. Not because I don't want my sister to come over and you know, teach her how to do this, but because without a second maker, I actually don't know how I would make it so that we would both be working at the same time, now that I'm into this and working on it. So it's more like I don't know how I would make it a two-man job. Start. Maybe take turns. Maybe, but it is a really super small workspace. So I don't know that I could make it work out for us. It may be a case that having a stream where it's more than just me baking in the kitchen will have to wait until I have a bigger space where there's enough room for both of us to be working together. We can both be seen by the camera, so on and so forth. Because yeah, I don't know how I would facilitate this. I really don't. It's kind of a one-man thing. Can I scooch this chair into here? Maybe? No, I'm gonna have to bump the camera a little bit. I desperately, hang on, you guys are gonna go back and come forward. I desperately need to sit down for a minute. Actually, maybe I'll just leave it back there. Ugh. For the like 15 seconds that I can. I need to come off my feet for a second. Even with the squishy shoes and the fatigue mat. There it is. Dismiss. I'm gonna sit for the minute and a half that these have to cook, essentially, as I can. We're to that point where my feet are kind of demanding it. And I might. So it's been fun doing this by hand. I might actually whip the chocolate ones up in the stand mixer. I said I wasn't going to because it's simple enough, but I might mix it in the stand simply to get it to go a little faster and so I can do the double all at once. I don't have to do half and half. Which would definitely mean that that would have to be washed again before I could make the meringue, which would put the meringue tomorrow morning. But if I continue to get up around like 11 a.m., I've got time in the morning to do it. Because we have to leave here around like 1:30-ish. Yeah, I'd take a load off. Yeah. Let me dust these, at least 2 of them to make room. And then I'll sit the fuck down. I will sit my ass in the chair. And nibble on some more of the extras. I swear Seamus is so patient with this stuff. Ugh. It's dangerous though sitting down, because as soon as I sit and I feel my back be like, yes, I'm like, fuck, I'm gonna have to stand back up.
I'm gonna need you.
I was just about to do that, Dova.
Water.
Great minds think alike.
What the hell?
What the hell? I thought about the cookie chair, Seamus, but I don't think I can comfortably work with this without standing. So I decided against the cookie chair. Yeah, because I know you would grab it for me if I wanted it. It's funny because that chair that I use, that I sit in while I'm doing cookies, is something Seamus originally got for himself to sit at his ham radio bench with, and then decided that he really didn't like it at the ham radio bench, and he changed the bench around. And then I needed something to sit in for one of my baking escapades. I think I was making a chocolate cream pie around midnight, and I really just wanted to sit down. This was before I had figured out the secret to the double boiler. Less water is more for the cook time. Like, you speed up the cook time. And Seamus was like, here, try this. And it became my baking chair, and then the cookie chair, because I used it big time for the Christmas cookies. The long, laborious Christmas cookies. Looking at you, candy canes and bonbons. Smush them down. Start the timer. Dust 2 of them to make space because I can only fit 6 at a time. Sit my ass in the chair. Seamus is a very good partner. I got very lucky. He'll tell you he's the lucky one, but he's lying because I'm the lucky one. I am the lucky person. Oh, I'm gonna pop my back though. There's 1. Oh, I got 2 on the second side. You totally don't deserve me. No, no. Other way around, Seamus. I guess we're both just that lucky. Yeah, we're both that lucky, Miri. And it's so odd how Seamus and I came to be a couple. Like, talk about the universe just being like, fucking get together. Seamus and I, when we first met, I knew of him through my sister, and to my sister, Dova, we're super lucky to have met you. Like, seriously, this whole community I feel lucky to have met. But I knew of him through my sister because she considered him to be like a second father, and his, at that time, wife, a second mother. She called them Mama Dos and Papa Dos. So I knew of him, but I had never met him. And I was a belly dancer, like actively a belly dancer. Not that I don't dance now, but I was actively a belly dancer at that point. And there was a drum circle going on where it was like a workshop. You learn to play the drum and then people could drum and we would dance. I'd had no interest in learning how to play the drums. I can't hold a rhythm like that. It just would have frustrated me. But I was really into my photography at that point, like really into it. And I was dating somebody who was kind of a toolbox. And by kind of, I mean like he was a massive toolbox. Not a good partner. It is what it is, right? We're just gonna make one giant cookie here. So Seamus came to that workshop. He recognized me because, and I mean, this may be very shocking to most of you. My sister and I kind of look alike. And so he recognized me. He had seen the photos I had taken of my sister because Facebook. And he just comes over and all he says is, I love the photos of your sister that you take. And I'm like thinking to myself, who in the fuck is this creeper? Like, who in the fuck? Who are you? Why are you talking to me? Excuse me. Like, I'm thinking I'm gonna have to fight somebody, right? Because I'm like, my sister's gained a stalker. And then he tells me who he is. And I was like, oh, okay, you're not a creeper. And that was our first meeting. It would be almost 6 years because I was in the early stages of my relationship with the not great guy. So probably 5 or 6 years before we really started hanging out again. And like, I started out being better friends with his then wife because I didn't know she was as bad as she was. Yeah. Creeper. And, oh, I really overdid it. So, his then wife was telling me about how he was like such a terrible person and like he couldn't do anything right and he had anger problems because of like his service connected PTSD and blah blah blah. And I'm just like, oh my goodness. But I kept telling her, I was like, you know, you should write this down. You should have an honest discussion. I'm sure like this can be worked through, right? Because that's what you do when you care about somebody. And I was trying to do similar at that moment with my then relationship. Like Seamus and I were actually in very similar positions relationship-wise. It's kind of funny to think about. But he started coming to a game night that I was going to, hosted by mutual friends that I'm pretty sure he met said friends because of the belly dance shows. Like how, like small universe. And we just got to like talking and we exchanged phone numbers, and I'm starting to question like his then wife's sanity because A, you only got to see her. I'm actually gonna spin this for a minute while I sit and tell you story time. You only got to see her if it was on her schedule. Like she was not a great person, and I'm all about like practicing witchcraft. I think it's cool when you use crystals to change the energy of a room and stuff. But this woman literally believed so strongly that she told me at one point she jump-started her car with Reiki. I want you to let that sink in, okay? Jump-started her car battery with Reiki. She was a little off the deep end. So she and I were kind of like drifting apart because I could never get a hold of her. And Seamus and I were growing closer. I think the straw that kind of broke the camel's back for me was twofold with her though. So I asked her to come help me out at a craft fair where my business partner at that time could not be there. Your eyes hurt from rolling so hard? Yeah, right? She showed up 2 hours before the craft fair ended, and she was just so sorry. And, you know, she was telling me about how she was gonna leave Seamus, and she had friends that were gonna let her stay with them for free, etc., etc. And I'm like, that's great that you've made a decision, but I was like, what are you gonna do for work? You're a yoga instructor. You get paid $20 a class, and you teach like 4 classes a week. I was like, you got a car payment to make. And she's like, no, I don't. And I was like, you literally just bought a used vehicle. And she's like, well, Seamus is gonna keep paying for it for me. And I was like, what? Hold the phone. I was like, why would he keep paying for it for you? I was like, if I were in his shoes, the first thing I would do is hand all of your bills over to you. And she's like, well, he owes me. And I was like, he doesn't owe you shit. That's not how this works. So I lost like a ton of respect for her right there. But I was like, you know what? You're in a bad relationship. You're in a bad spot. You make bad decisions. Later on, because they had split, she walked out on him. This is important to note. She walked out on him, wanted to use his truck to move out and whatnot. No problem. But I'm respecting the fact that they split. She doesn't have a stable job. He does. I'm holding a Dove chocolate party, which was like one of those MLM things at the time. And I was trying to support a friend. So I invited Seamus, because the point of these parties is people who come are supposed to spend money. She gets so butthurt that she purposefully demands to borrow his truck that day so that he doesn't have access to it easily, and then she doesn't bring it back on time so that he's late to the party. It was ridiculous, but I didn't really 100% know this at the time until I brought her Christmas cookies later on in the year, because that party was like October-ish, and I still made her Christmas cookies, and when I brought them, she's like, I thought you didn't want to be my friend anymore because you didn't invite me to the party and yada yada. And I was like, dude, you had no money to spend. I was like, I'm not going to put you in that kind of a situation. And she was like, oh. And then she just went on to like disparage him completely. And I was like, all right, you're psychotic. No more. Well, I'm on the way out with my boyfriend at the same time. And the straw with him that broke the camel's back was when one of our mutual friends, between him, Seamus, and myself, wanted to have a paint and sip at her house, and my then boyfriend forbid me from going because I wasn't allowed to have any alcohol. He didn't like it. And I basically told him to fuck off, and I went anyways. And tried to get Seamus to come over and teach us drunken women, aka myself and my friend, because nobody else showed up, how to do yoga. Oh, it was such a spell. The entitlement of some people, right? She was very delusional. She did not deserve the cookies, and she never got any more cookies. Yeah, she dragged him through the mud in public on Facebook. I'm glad you guys are letting me have this sit down story time to get off my feet for a second, by the way. So game night keeps happening, and Seamus starts to repeatedly make this joke of, I've got an extra $400 to take a spicy ginger with me to Ireland. And I would laugh it off and be like, I'm dating somebody, until I wasn't dating somebody. And then Seamus and I, at this point, we had started hanging out more, just in general. I was coming over here a little bit to just chill. He gave me my first motorcycle ride experience and whatnot. We worked, like where we worked was very close to each other. So we were just like chatting and hanging out as friends. And we got talking, like I dumped my now ex because he threw his phone at me, and I said, that's it, get the fuck out of my house. Like you literally crossed the line. And Seamus and I started discussing friends with benefits because we were both like desperate. We got into a friends with benefits relationship, both of us swearing that we were not looking to date, because I had already, like, I had just done an age gap relationship with my then boyfriend, my ex, of 10 years. So I was like, I don't even know if I want to date guys. I definitely don't think I want another age gap. I kind of might want to go find a female partner as well. And, you know, he was in the middle of completely divorcing his now ex. So he's like, yeah, this has been a really terrible experience for me. I'm really just looking, you know, to get laid, basically. And we were in agreement. And I think we were friends with benefits for all of 2 weeks before we were like, fuck, we're perfect partners. Like, it literally was that fast. Never had so much wood in your life, right? It's this saga of Seamus's bad choices. I made some bad choices too. Aw, Dove, I appreciate that. Yeah, the end result at least was that we found a good place together. It took, like, literally we had known each other for 6 years pretty much before we ended up getting together. And it really took the universe like constantly putting us in each other's faces for us to give it a shot. But it was so worth it. It was so worth it. We are both extremely happy. We complement each other well. At least I think we do. We talk things out. We have good communication. I'm not going to tell you that this is like a fairy tale life and that everything is perfect and nothing ever goes wrong. We absolutely have our disagreements. We absolutely don't see eye to eye on everything. That's normal. That's called being human. But we can discuss it, and we can choose certain topics that we're like, listen, this is just a non-discussion. No, nobody's at fault for anything. It's just a difference in opinions. Big hearts. Big hearts. Yeah. Yeah, so it worked out well in the end. And that's all that really matters, right? At the end of the day, we found each other and we're happy. Yes, human being like you are. I personally find it very creepy when I'm around a couple that seems to like never disagree about anything. Obviously, if it's somebody I only know as an acquaintance, I'm not expecting to see the dark underside of their relationship, right? But when you know a couple and they're just constantly always happy-go-lucky, farting rainbows and unicorns dancing around them, I'm like, something's fishy. Because that ain't normal. Delicious. All right. I did turn him into an anime nerd, and there is no such thing as a perfect relationship. Exactly. I am gonna use my KitchenAid for the chocolate ones. I think that's gonna be the smartest choice. Set this over here. I'm gonna need 2 sticks of melted butter. I'm just gonna get a bigger bowl. Fuck it. We're gonna chuck it in the fuck it bucket and move on. These are all going in the sink. Disagreements are normal. It's how you handle them. Exactly. It's how you handle them. That's exactly right, Miri. If you can handle them maturely and have a conversation and come to a compromise, really, or an agreement, but usually it's going to be a compromise, you're good to go. That's the other thing that I think a lot of people miss the mark with for relationships personally is nobody wants the compromise anymore. Everybody wants the my way or the highway. And that's literally not how life works. It's not how office culture works. That's not how relationships work. It's not like, even growing up, it was never always a my way or the highway kind of thing. Oh, I need another box of butter. You gotta compromise. Meet in the middle. One of the ways you realize you're pan-romantic is via anime guy. Oh, that's amazing. A lot of them are really feminine. A lot of them are really feminine. Patrick, hello. Welcome in. Thank you for the hug. There's one. I need to get another stick. Yeah, it was funny because Seamus literally told me when we were getting together, because at that point I watched an astronomical amount of anime. He told me that anime was gonna be my thing. He really didn't see himself getting into it. He wasn't interested in that kind of stuff. And I was like, that's fine. But what he didn't know was I had already showed him Italia because he was a history nerd and that was anime. And I convinced him to watch Studio Ghibli movies with me because I was like, they're cute. And I think you'll like them. And they're non-musical versions of Disney because he doesn't really like musicals. So he watched that and he enjoyed them. And then I was like, listen, I have this one anime. We don't even have to watch it in Japanese. We can watch it in English. It's called The Devil is a Part-Timer. And he was like, all right, fine. That was almost a decade ago, and I think he's seen as much, if not more anime than me at this point. Your former best friend used to question your ex and I's relationship because we never fought, said it meant there was no passion in it. Versus maybe we talk stuff out before it gets to yelling and fighting. Yeah, right, Collect? I'm doing fantastic, Patrick. I hope you're doing well today, too. Studio Ghibli is a phenomenal gateway. Yeah, now he's a hopeless weeb. Ghibli is... The day Hayao Miyazaki passes, I will be so sad. 30 seconds. I will be so sad when we lose Hayao Miyazaki. Yeah, we do have Kodama and little figures all around. I don't know if I could get it so that you can see the one. Yeah, if I put this down. That right there, that's a little Kodama. All around. All around. You have a giant Totoro plushie? Yes, Dova. All right, 6 large eggs. Like I said, we're doing this doubled. We're just going straight for it. We're gonna use the stand mixer. I'm gonna not end up with eggshell on the floor because it's 8:45. So it'll probably be around like 10 o'clock-ish by the time I finish this. And I want some computer time where I just veg and like murder people in DVD. Getting ready for yet another appointment. Oof, May 20th. I hope that you're getting close to solutions, Patrick, like final solutions. Princess Mononoke is one of your very favorites. I think, like, I love Princess Mononoke. Lady Eboshi is like an idol. Okay, I adore Eboshi. But I don't know that I would say Princess Mononoke is my favorite. My first one that I like actively knew was Studio Ghibli was Spirited Away, so that'll always hold a special place in my heart. And honestly, that might be my favorite. I do love No Face. I'm trying to think though, I've seen so many of them. I need to get the manga for Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind so that I can actually understand the story, since, fun fact, when that one was brought over from Japan by Disney, Disney made cuts and edits based on what they thought it should be, and then released it, and that is the form that you and I know it as. And Hayao Miyazaki sent them a katana and said, no cuts. He was not happy. 3 eggs. I have 4 eggs left. I'm gonna need to get more eggs the next time we go grocery shopping. I'm gonna need a cup and a half plus I think like 4 tablespoons. And I gotta look. A cup and a half and 6 tablespoons of sugar. Manga is absolutely amazing and so much more in depth. That's what I figure collect. So yeah, I have to get my hands on it. Have to. More zealous I would have eating the humans with San and the wolf gods. There you go. Will probably be for changing out a catheter and possibly, oh God, not another surgery, Patrick. Good luck. Yeah, I love Lady Eboshi. I loved Nausicaa. Like, what a wonderful tale. Love Spirited Away. Grave of the Fireflies. Can we take a moment to appreciate the fact that that movie is simultaneously a masterpiece and an emotion wrecker? Like, if you've not seen Grave of the Fireflies, go into it with caution and a box of tissues. I thought, like, here's how traumatizing Grave of the Fireflies was for me. I immediately followed Grave of the Fireflies up with My Neighbor Totoro, and I thought everybody was gonna die in that fucking movie, okay? I was scared for everybody's life. But Grave of the Fireflies is just... I would honestly consider Grave of the Fireflies to be the masterpiece of Studio Ghibli. Because it paints no villains and just very straightforward gives you what wartime in a country must be like. Like, it's just so poignant. Nausicaa now in your crone years? Absolutely, Dova. Looking forward to it, hoping it's okay. That's important, Patrick. I'm glad it's looking to be good for you. Either loves it or absolutely hates it. The people who hated it, I question their empathy levels. Yeah, absolutely. Like, it is not, like, Grave of the Fireflies is not a happy movie by any means. It is not a happy movie. It's not meant to be a happy movie. I need my tablespoon. But it's still, like, it's so good. And I've told Seamus, if he ever gets the inkling one day to watch it, I have one more watch of it in me. And, like, only one. It's been years since I last saw it. The movie just will devastate your emotions. But it's so good. He has thus said, though, that he's really not interested in watching a movie that's just going to make him sad. You don't want to watch it. Yes, absolutely, Dova. Absolutely. A lot of people, hang on, I gotta count. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. A lot of people think that Grave of the Fireflies is about the Americans dropping the nuclear bombs on Japan. But from what I have read, it's not actually the nuclear bombs, it's the firebombing of Kyoto, same war. I need the whisk attachment. So, I mean, like, it starts off pretty horrendous. It doesn't get much better. But wow. If you ever, like, here's a way to endorse it. If you ever feel like you need to feel more grateful for the life that you have, watch Grave of the Fireflies, because you'll feel grateful for, like, every little thing. It's poignant. It's very poignant. Thank you, Patrick. I made the pants. It's another one that's rather rough. It's based in Hiroshima before and after the bombing. Interesting. I've never heard of that one, Collect. Is it also Studio Ghibli? Or is it a different movie franchise? Let that do what it's got to do. Let me check on the butter that we were melting. Butter needs more time. Not surprising. 2 sticks and one of them was cold out of the fridge. Okay. That gets some air into there. I'm actually gonna have to remelt this one too. Oop, but I hear bubbling. I hear bubbling, but it's not quite melted. How about another 15 seconds? I actually have to pay attention to this. So I will come over and see what you messaged in just a second, Dova. I'm just trying to make sure my butter doesn't end up everywhere. Hi, Hera. No, we still got solids. "15 seconds. What, did you think I stepped over here to go to the bathroom? Are you feeling lonely because you haven't had any bathroom buddy time?" She loves to get uppies after I pee. Every time, without fail. If I go in the bathroom, she expects uppies. Unless she's, like, dead asleep, and I mean dead asleep. Alright. This is hot enough, I'm gonna use mittens. And she doesn't do it with Seamus, so he's, like, pretend angry with her. Because obviously, he's not going to be upset for her having cat preferences. Head in the... Yeah, you're definitely not. Everybody has things that they want to watch. Schindler's List. Yeah, I've never seen Schindler's List or Saving Private Ryan. It's the Kobe bombings. There we go. After. Gotcha. Creator was someone who used it work as an assistant to Ghibli. Gotcha. Thank you for getting your daily self-care check-in, Patrick. Okay, close the microwave. And then I'll reheat that when I'm ready. We need to put in 4 teaspoons of vanilla. But I think, yeah, I'm gonna do 4. And again, this is against what they say to do. They do not call for any vanilla in the chocolate, but I think the lack of a liquid is a problem. I think it's a major problem. I really think that it affects how the dough works immensely. So I am adding the vanilla against the recipe's instructions. And if I fuck it up, well, that's on me. But I don't think I will. Wipe this out because we're gonna need it for the baking powder, and I need to get the cocoa out. So while I let that cool for a moment longer, let me get my cocoa powder. Because we got the good stuff. The good old Dutch process cocoa. High fat. Fat equals flavor, you guys. You're telling Max. Go ahead, snitch on me, Dova. And since... No, actually, I can use this for this part, and then I'll need the paddle attachment for the next part. So I'll have to go over and grab it. All right. It's still fairly warm, so what I'm gonna do is treat it like meringue. Get it going, and I'm gonna drizzle it down. Ooh, I gotta go faster than that, okay. Or it drips on the counter. I didn't want it to splash back in my face. That was all. Get it nice and well mixed. Beautiful. Okay. Yes, go get your dishes done, Dova. So now we need three and a half cups. Yeah, 3.5 cups of flour. I need my bigger measuring cup for this. Oh, that's also over by the sink. Or in the sink, rather. So I'm gonna need you. Come closer. There's the big boy. Oh yeah. Dry this puppy out. And it is at this point I'm going to close this and I'm going to let it start heating back up. Because that's the smart thing to do. So 3.5 cups of flour. Yep. We need 6 tablespoons of cocoa. Oh, cocoa smells so good too. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Because we're doing a double batch. Just right off the rip, roar, and go. We're doing a double batch. So 6 tablespoons of cocoa, 4 teaspoons of baking powder, right? Yes. Yep, 4 teaspoons. 2, 3, 4. There's the lid. I'm losing my brain cells rapidly. Now I'm gonna pop this off. Shouldn't need that anymore. And I'm going to sift this through carefully-ish. Like if it doesn't all make it in the sifter, I'm not gonna stress it, but I'll do what I can. This sifter is definitely gonna need a wipe down after this one. I need a little bit more, to call it a little more than half, like they've been doing. Good enough. Pre-mix by hand. This essentially will fold it. I'm just trying to not end up with a big puff of flour and shit in my face. And I'm gonna make note for myself. I'm gonna put a sticky note in here that it only makes like 1.5 dozen per batch, so do a double off the rip. And if my scoop does turn out to be the right size, I will make that as a note as well. There's that. In goes the rest. Don't be stupid, me. Premix it. You made that mistake with the sugar cookies and regretted it at Christmas time. Premix. Wet the flour. Because your KitchenAid doesn't behave like you want it to. Ads are almost over, you guys. You're almost out of ad jail. I promise. Not that anybody stuck in ad jail can hear me, but, you know, the sentiment is there. All right, there we go. Fold that in. There. That's it. It's folded. Triple check, I didn't miss anything. I sure as shit did not. Awesome. Real fast, before I start getting this into here, I want to put the eggs back in the fridge. They've been out for a while. They need to go back. That is important, and I need to give this a quick zap so I can have melted butter to work with. "15 seconds ought to do it." Yep, sure did. God, there's still church bells going. A lot of church bells. Okay. Whack this off. Bet you thought we were gonna go a whole stream without me saying whack it off. You were wrong. Okay, maybe you didn't expect it. Yeah, this... So the dough that my aunt and I ended up with without the vanilla in it was just like so stiff and unmanageable, honestly. This is much better. I also will say I didn't care for the flavor of the chocolate pizzelles without vanilla in them. I personally run under the school of thought that the vanilla does help bring out certain flavors, and vanilla helps bring out chocolate flavor nicely. And since the vanilla is not technically a sweetener, it's not making it any less of a dark chocolate. It's just making the flavor better. Bring this closer so that I can reach up adequately. Put that down. Light is in fact green. I need 2 fresh spoons. Ugh, 2 fresh spoons. Yeah, I think it's all around better to have the vanilla. Wakey, wakey, phone. Because we're getting on to the last of them. And I actually need to scoot you guys back this way just a hair, so you can once again see the action, as it were. Yeah, imagine the dough being stiffer than this, because that's what it was like with the way the recipe calls for it. And if you read it in the Discord, you'll see where I do mention that it doesn't call for this, but I'm doing it anyways. Man, if Seamus thought the vanilla one smelled good. Absolutely, Miri. I am here all the time to make readjustments for people as needed. Oh, they smell heavenly. What do you say we sample one of the vanilla ones, though? Does Seamus want to split a vanilla one with me? Does Seamus want to try the vanilla?
Here comes trouble. Her name
Nikki!
is Nikki.
That ass looks good. What up, Nikki? Thank you. I hear him moving. He finally heard that there's... I don't think they could see you take that out of my hand with your mouth.
Oh my god.
Aren't they delicious?
I think I came a little.
Oh my, Nikki. Oh my. It is a good review. 100% a good review. Oh, so delicious. These ones are Nikki's favorite because she totally loves chocolate. I'm kidding. Nikki actually does not care for chocolate, which is okay because Nikki likes bacon, so she can have my bacon, I get her chocolate, and that is why we're friends. Yes, the chocolate will also get the powdered sugar. Yep. So delicious, can't explain. Yeah, Nikki just saves more chocolate for the rest of us. That's all. More for me. Because I love chocolate. And it's funny because when I was in middle school, I did not like chocolate, but I think it was I had already kind of developed my taste for good chocolate, and I didn't like Hershey's chocolate. I really didn't like dark chocolate, and I didn't want to be like everybody else who loved chocolate. So you combine those three items together, and I was just like, no, white chocolate only. Hot dog for the bun. My God, Seamus Dova's having snack. Ooh, blackberries are delicious. Eat chocolate around Nikki because you're a fatty. You don't want to share. Oh my God, Brandy. Imagine what a friend. Sharing food you don't like, absolutely, Miri. Get it via sausage instead. White chocolate is really good, even though it's not actually chocolate. But it is delicious. Can be whatever you want to call it. Nikki, did you miss his innuendo? He's flirting with you. You feel that, Tova, right? 16 seconds. I'm honestly surprised to see Brandy back here. We love Brandy, but we also understand that Brandy gets distracted, walks away, and is never seen again. Chocolate Rebel. Absolutely, Everett. I love how malleable these are until you let them cool. You guys can't see the absolute pool of butter back there either. Like, this thing is gonna need such a wipe down. This thing is, the island is. Cleaning. So much cleaning. Don't need quite that much chocolate. Sizzle. Start the timer. You need a wipe down, Brandy? Oh my. Watching TV, then got up and ate, and now you're here with a piece of chocolate cake. Delicious. You don't like hot dogs either. And we're talking about a very serious topic here. Foods. That's fair, Nikki. Dark chocolate vegan cupcakes. No, Nova, that's sad. You're off tonight, Brandy? Fuck yeah. Have you told Pepperoni yet that you're off tonight? Although I think he might be at Lisa's for Easter dinner tonight? I don't know. Because I'm guessing Lisa has to work tomorrow, so they're probably doing Easter with them tonight. You need to try a Pizzelle cookie, you do. But these ones won't ship, so you'll have to come back to New York for them. If you come back to New York, I will make you Pizzelle cookies. Because they are very tasty. And they are much better with the vanilla in them. Because it thinks it's Sunday. Oh my God, Dova. We all thought it was Sunday earlier. But he's not on. Yeah. What do you get if you come back? That's a good question, Nikki. That's a good question. I mean, I got lots of things I can make. I got lots of things I can make. The repertoire is endless. Hopefully not a sunburn this time, though. Like, kindly don't do that. Oh, I should send Nikki and Brandy, I should send you guys the dates that Seamus, Pepperoni, Marissa, and I are going to be up at camp with my mom's side of the family. Because if you wanted to, like, you'd be welcome to come visit. Speaking of the devil. What up, Pepperoni? I heard the uh-oh gotta go. These nuts. You would have been okay with just a hug too, it's cheaper. I mean, you would absolutely get a hug if you came back to New York. That's just a given. Yeah, I wanted to make sure I always knew when my brother came into chat, so he has a sound alert now. Not of his choosing. But kind of his choosing. He just didn't actively pick it. And timer start. Uh-oh, I gotta go. Yeah, go on, get it. That burn was really bad. He's a square. Wendy's is by far superior, Brandy. Mainly because Wendy's I can eat and McDonald's I can't. There it is. I lost the powdered sugar shaker for a second. Not chili. Oh my God. Do you have my dad on Snapchat, Nikki, or did you see it posted in my Discord? Because that was an atrocity. Yeah, there will be no chili on waffles. Mm-mm. Absolutely not. We'll leave that to my father. He can have that all to himself. A raspberry frosty right now? That sounds delicious. Oh, it's Seamus that said the chili on waffles. Oh my God, your names are the same color right now. Don't encourage my dad, Dova. Wendy's nuts. Oh my God, Brandy. But please mail me one. Miri is, if I'm not mistaken, all the way in Canada. So that's gonna be quite the long shipment process, Pepperoni. But it does sound amazing. You'd eat that? Yeah, no, he put nothing on it, just a can of chili, like canned chili, on what I assume was like a Lego My Eggo waffle, and called it dinner. And I'm going to remind everybody that my father, our father, mine and Pepperoni's, is diabetic. So his meal choices leave a lot to be desired in that regard too sometimes. And he's so funny because he won't eat pasta anymore because, quote unquote, it's bad for his diabetes. But he'll drink a Mountain Dew or two a night at bowling. And I'm like, okay, Dad. Your choices leave something to be desired sometimes. No, don't fall asleep, phone. Start. Some of them are actually pretty good, like salami and peanut butter. I'm gonna pass on the salami and peanut butter sandwich. I ate a honey bun. I didn't realize it. Oh my God, not yet, Collect. Not yet, but I expect it. There's a reason chicken and waffles is a thing. Like, see, chicken and waffles, I get. It'll stay cold along the way. It will. It will. I wonder if our Wendy's has them. Now I have to look. Wendy's. Show me the menu, please. Do you have... No, that's not what I want. In the Frosties, what do you got? We don't have the raspberry, but we do have a caramel frosty cream cold brew. Which is definitely not as appetizing as the raspberry. Every now and then, though, they put an orange creamsicle one on there. Oh, I definitely had too much stuff in that one. Just been out a couple weeks. So maybe it'll get here. Maybe it's just not here yet. I would be okay with that too. I can be patient and wait so long as it actually arrives. Cut that down some because that was way too much dough. That one in there. Close the lid. Set the timer. Like the one they did for the sponge. Oh, I didn't try the pineapple mango one. I should have. I liked the pineapple mango lemonade, which I think they might still have. Because again, Wendy's is the superior fast food joint. All the excess is for me. Cleaning this up is gonna suck, though. No doubt about that. This one has so much extra. I'm gonna take it off while it's hot. So that'll actually be a little easier. There we go. Snackies. That one tried to bend and crack. How rude. We're getting there, you guys. I'm very excited. And yeah, I'll do the meringue in the morning because that allows me to sit down and get off my feet. It gives Seamus a little time to do a round of dishes for me in the morning because I'll need this bowl for the stand mixer versus having to rush him tonight or me take time to do another set of dishes. It'll just be for the best. Start. So omnomable. Can you guys? You can sort of see this. Especially if I step back, give you a better view. I know it's a little bit distant. I'm so glad that the camera doesn't seem to be doing the like constant jerky focus thing though with the new tablet. That is a godsend. That is a godsend. Do this over here. Try to knock some of the powdered sugar back into the container. 37 seconds to sit my ass in a chair, you betcha. Ugh. 'Cause my back hurts and my feet hurt. But considering I've actively been at this since like I'd say 1 o'clock, it's been 8.5 hours. It's a lot of cooking, baking. Even though I haven't been streaming that long, it's a lot of baking. Delete. It's worth it though. All of this stuff is going to be delicious tomorrow. Dessert will be on fire. The real question is, will pepperoni be there to make sure we have parsnips? Because if not, I'm gonna have to buy some parsnips so that I can have some parsnips. I don't know how parsnips became like an Easter food for me, but they did. It was like the one time of the year we were guaranteed to get them. Probably not because he's a little bitch. He has to. I can't not get candied yams at Thanksgiving and not get parsnips at Easter. Like, he's an asshole, but he's not a dick. I say this, but he might not have plans to come out to Easter. Or he and Aunt Kathy may not have spoken about him doing parsnips. Oh, the breeze feels so nice. Oh, if I was really smart, I would start cleaning up some of the ingredients behind me, but I'm gonna sit. Are you back to look for more wets, Hera? My God. You really have decided you liked the flaked. I wonder if that's it. You don't like the morsels. It's possible. Yeah, she's licking the dried cat food out of the mat. Hera, you're weird. I'm waiting for her to notice that the red laser light has turned on. Nothing but the best from my tushy. Thank you, Dova. Ugh. I basically just have to get off my feet for moments. It's important. I estimate probably another hour-ish for these, and then we'll be good to go. You noticed the red dot. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Open her up. Pluck them out. Oh my God, Hera, you're adorable. Here, see if I can get her. There she is. Have some cat chasing a dot time. Oh, she's under the table. She'll bounce back into view. There she is. There she is. What's going on, Hera? What's going on, tiny girl? Is that dot escaping you? Is it evil and wicked and bad and must be destroyed? Yes. She is hilarious. Yeah, it's the new baby. That's a new baby. This is the joy of the longer cooking streams, baking streams, whatever we're calling them these days. You usually eventually get to see a cat. I can't pick them up. I have the redeem turned off. I've gotten better about that when I'm doing a stream where it's like I should not be handling animals. To turn off those kinds of redeems so that they don't tempt anybody. Yeah, are you getting it, Hera? You murdering it? Where'd you go? Oh, she's behind the paper bag. She's behind the paper bag. You gonna come out one last time, or am I gonna spin this? I think I'm, oh. Yeah, time to spin it back. you're gonna see a whole bunch of down while we readjust. There we go. There we go. Yeah, you get it, Hera. You teach that red dot who's boss. Well, in case I didn't already. Do that. Slap that on there. Slap that on there. Squash it down, hit the start. Powder. Powder. Excellent. Yeah, we got that. I got it from Amazon Vine, which if you're not familiar with Vine, people who regularly leave like detailed reviews on Amazon get invited to this program where in exchange for reviewing the product honestly, you can order products for free. They'll send you like little tidbits. You get to pick what it is. And I saw this in Vine and I was like, fuck, that's perfect. Smeagol needs something to entertain him just on demand on its own. So it turns on for 15 minutes, like every 3 or 4 hours automatically. It's got its own battery. Smeagol played with it for a little bit and then he figured out where the red dot came from and lost interest. Like the cat's too smart for his own good. So I stopped charging it after a while. I just was trying to alleviate his boredom, right? She adores it. She is not smart enough to figure out where the red dot comes from. Vine is pretty amazing. Collect just got into Vine. She's been having a field day. Field day. Dismiss. She will run after the click of the laser mouse now instead of the actual dot. Yes! Yes. Yep. Too smart for their own freaking good. Yes, Hera, I'm talking about your brother. You are just smart enough. Don't get any smarter, okay? Because you have that blissful ignorance that allows you to enjoy the simple things. Yeah, without the guilt of wasting money. Although, I will also say, Collect, I'm pretty sure, I mean, maybe you have to pay shipping for these, but I'm pretty sure they have like a wardrobe thing where you can have them send you clothing and you only pay for what you keep. But the trick there is you actually do have to send it back if you're not going to keep it. I've thought about giving that a shot. I really want to get into making my own clothes because as we discussed last night, finding things that fit right for petite ladies like myself is a struggle. But it's also nice to try it before you buy it and not have to do the labor of making it. That might be a little bit too big of a clump. We will find out. Miri, is it you that I need to send the protein stuff to before I forget? Glay, thank you. I try. I love the baking. We're still at it. We're still at it, but we're getting there. We're almost done with the chocolate pizzelles, I think. Well, we're like halfway through them. Halfway. My big old pile of cookies that I then have to find a container for. Probably one of my flat containers will do, though. How goes it, Glay? Ye old team leader, Glay. You can tell he's the team leader to you guys because the Set the Tone image has Godzilla playing a saxophone on it. And if not Glay, who would really want that imagery? Like, that is such a Glay vibe. So Pizzelle cookies are made in an iron. This is kind of what they look like up close and in better photography. They're a very basic cake-like cookie that you make kind of like a waffle and then you sprinkle powdered sugar on. This is also tilted wrong. And you can shape them to be like for cannolis and stuff too. Ooh, you guys connected. There we go. You can make them, like if you take them hot right now as they are, where they're still malleable, you can form them over bowls and stuff and then put ice cream in them. Yeah. I love Pizzelles. Do a little scrape. Get a little less batter this time because that was too much. Ugh. Get a little bit more than that though. Smush it down. Start. We are still going. You just got home. Ooh, what's the leftover pizza type, Carrie? That's the real question. But we are still going, yes. We're getting close. And then there's quite the pile of mess to clean up. Get that powdered sugar on the cookies. But first I want to break off all of this excess on this one. Because again, while it's warm, it's easier to do. Can have a little bit of excess, but not quite that much. Seamus, if you would like to sample some of the excess, you can come out here and grab a little bit. Then probably making a hot pocket. Ooh, one piece is nowhere near enough. I feel that. As content creators and moderators, and even as just viewers, yup. Doing stream teams, we've grown together. Yup, Epic and I and a few others thought that despite our love for our stream teams, we hang out almost exclusively. It's true. It's true. Yep. So we just made one. Try before you commit thing, like their version of Stitch Fix, maybe. You pick the clothes and you have to, oh, I didn't know it was a Prime feature collect. Yeah, so that's how Set the Tone came to be. And it literally, like there were a few of us in Discord the one night and Glay and Epic brought it up to those of us that were there, like haha, we had kind of loosely thought about it, and the rest of us were like, but no, actually, that's brilliant. Yeah, that's exactly it. We basically gave ourselves a hub. And with Glay at the helm and Epic backing him up, I mean, I don't think we can go wrong. It's very much a for fun for the homies. I think I coined it by the homies for the homies kind of team. It's different from Midnight Society or EBGG or the Firekeepers and whatnot. It's its own entity because it's basically just friends giving themselves a name. And giving us a hub because, like, if you like my content, you'll probably like Glay's content. You'll probably like Vin's content. You'll probably like Case's content. You'll like Epic's content, and so on and so forth. Like, it's very similar vibes. So it was only natural. It was only natural. It was gonna happen. Yeah, so if you go to, I'm gonna type it out. I should really make a command for it, but I don't have one for EBGG and I don't have one for this. So if you go to Twitch, I can spell.tv/team. I think it's singular. It's either team or teams. So if that doesn't work, add an S to team. You'll get the whole list of everybody who's part of it. I should make a command for that. It's also, like, if you go down below in the panels and you find the logo, you can click on the logo. It'll take you to the team page. Because if there's somebody in there you're not following, I highly recommend you give them a look-see. Highly, highly recommend it. Bada bing. Bada boom. Glay's also kind of the reason why the baking streams in general exist. One streamer who's part of Midnight, but then suddenly... If you're talking about Neandis, I don't intimately know the story because that was before my time, but I have heard effectively her own actions caused her to need to separate from the Midnight Society. And I'm pretty sure at this point she also no longer streams, is what I've heard. But it was kind of a choices have consequences situation. Yeah, that's what I've heard basically. Again, like, it's before my time. I've only heard the stories, so I wasn't there. I can't speak to it, but that's basically how I understand it. It just wasn't a good fit anymore. And that happens. Nope, it was totally something else. She's not injured, to my knowledge. sugar. You can tell we're getting there because they're almost matching in the pile size. Oop, it helps if I put the powdered sugar not in your way to see. That's essentially what happened, just went 2 separate ways. Yeah. Glay knows far better than I do. So he can confirm. So that's good. I explained it well. I'm pretty sure it is actually from Glay that I heard about a lot of it. I don't even remember what we were talking about that led to it. Honestly. Glay is somebody that I mainly get to hang out in VC with when I'm not sleeping properly. And we have some very, like, down the rabbit hole kind of conversations. They're always good conversations, but my brain is an interesting beast past like 2 in the morning. There's nothing wrong with being a mother dragon for your friends that you care about, Dova. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. I will also say, I think some of mine and Glay's really random down the rabbit hole conversations do start because Glay is exactly like he is on stream in a VC. He just comes out with this really random question and then it spirals into like 7 different conversations. So if you think that he only asks those strange questions on stream for like stream stuff, no. He asks them in general too. Squash him. Start. Squash him and start. I'll make sure my music is still going okay. Sure is. Okay. Yeah, because I can't really hear my own music. Because for whatever reason, it's not coming out of my laptop. I think I have an idea as to why it might not be. But I'm not going to try to diagnose it right now. We're getting close to the end of this particular cookie marathon, so I am just going to let it be what it will be. And it's not even just a cookie marathon. Like, we baked a pie before this. And I baked a pie before that. Maybe half a dozen cookies or so more. There's not much batter left. Ooh, waiting for the microwave again. Let's go, Carrie. Carrie, you're like a hobbit tonight. Why have 1 dinner when we can have 2 dinners? Dismiss that. Timer's done. Pop it up. Oop. Beautiful. Yeah, compared to these cookies, when we make chocolate chip snickerdoodles and oatmeal raisin next week, those are gonna be a breeze. They're gonna fly. They're gonna go so fast. It'll be glorious. Might be too much, but we're rocking with it. Oop, get off the spoon. Get in the iron. Get on the hot plate. The plate that is hot. Start the timer! Make the quick one to eat while waiting for the long one. I mean, that's fair. You eat half of a pizza? Holy crap, Carrie. I don't think I have that big of an appetite. Dang. Dang. We got ads, you guys. I'm sorry. The ad jail is coming. But it's a thing. I can't stop baking for ads. And I also don't think I'm close enough to the end that I can say, let's snooze them. Because I don't think I'm within like 15 minutes of the end necessarily. I am happy to say, however, for those who can hear me, the powdered sugar is going to hold out to the end. Break it off. But I have to put it on the list of stuff to buy. It's your largest meal. It's supposed to be. Or is it? I know they say breakfast is supposed to be the biggest meal of the day, but I think that's been debunked. It might actually be lunch that's supposed to be the largest. Breakfast, I think, is supposed to be a primer. I want to say I think lunch is technically what you should eat the most at. And then dinner should be like enough to satiate you for bed, I think. But then again, everybody's body is a little different. Everybody's metabolism is a little different. Dietary needs are going to be different. But based on how my dietitian reacts to me eating like later at night. And I'm just like, I'm sorry, but that's when I have the time for dinner. And it's better to eat something than nothing sometimes. Which is exactly the conclusion that Seamus and I came to in mid-February, early March, when I realized all of a sudden that in my poor mental health state, I had not been eating properly, like at all. Not something I was doing on purpose. I just, when my mental health really goes, because I have a tendency to lean towards anorexia from past trauma with the IBS and stuff, taking the time to make myself food is one of the first things that I stopped doing. So it quickly, like, that function in my brain just disappeared and I stopped doing it. And then all of a sudden I was like, I have not eaten a proper meal or like anything in 3 days. I got you, Pixie. Yeah, I don't blame you, Carrie. I wouldn't want to eat a large meal before running around either. Welcome in, by the way, Pixie. How are you? How's it going? Pixie's like a Twitch mama. She takes good care of all of us. I felt so bad for you the other night, Pixie, when you were having the audio issues. I'm glad they got sorted out. because I don't work, like I want to eventually use a capture card and do like Nintendo Switch stuff on Twitch, but I haven't yet, so I don't know how to diagnose that. I felt so bad. Not bad, me. I'm doing good. I'm ready to get off of my feet, so getting through the last of these cookies is gonna be a blessing so that I can sit the fuck down for an extended period of time. But I genuinely enjoy baking, so this is still a fun process. It's just getting late and my brain's like, and my body's like, We've only got like 2 or 3 more cookies left in here. Maybe 4. Have you ever had these kinds of cookies before, Pixie? It's kind of become a running question, because some people who have come in have surprised me and known what they are, and like I expected, most people have come in and asked me what they are. Start. Oh, you had sound issues again? No! Capture card, why? Steve's gonna help you tomorrow, though. That's good. I'm so excited that Steve's coming home in time for Easter for you. For those who don't know, Pixie's partner, Steve, is an over-the-road trucker, OTR, which means that he's the kind of guy that goes between states. So he's gone for long periods of time. I think if I remember right, he's usually only home like the weekend. But he's doing a great service because over-the-road trucking is not an easy business. And if it weren't for over-the-road truckers, we wouldn't have a lot of the food and things that we do have. Yeah, these are Pizzelles. But yes, they are similar to Stroop waffles. You could technically make Stroop waffles out of them. They have a mini Pizzelle maker that would make the perfect size for Stroop waffles. He's home every 2 weeks. That's still, like, that's intense. My cousin's husband used to do over-the-road trucking, and he went to local trucking only. Now he delivers airline fuel, jet fuel, because they had a daughter together, and he came home one day and she was scared of him because she thought a stranger was in the house because he was gone so often for his job that she didn't recognize him. And he was like, that's it. I have to make a change. It's not an easy job. Yeah. Anyone brings you food is a hero to you? Absolutely, Tova. Yeah, they have a really rough job. Just like people who are able to sign that check and up to and including their life and join the military, I really have a lot of respect for over-the-road truckers, first responders, healthcare workers, because they're working in jobs that they take a bigger toll than you can physically see. I have a lot of respect for them. Always have, always will. I think we're gonna get 2 smaller-ish ones. I'm gonna scrape as much as I can. These are the last 2. The bowl is empty. Or as empty as I can make it anyways. No phone, wake up. Start. Ooh, he has to get his CDL stuff done here. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, since your kids are grown, it's not so bad. Yeah, because they understand. Like, you can reason with them. They're not toddlers. And all the bullshit maintaining a CDL. Yeah. Ethan, Pepperoni, my brother, he didn't do over the road, but he has a class B, or at least he did. I think he still has it. And he was doing like oil. He got hazmat, and the restrictions on him just to maintain the hazmat were intense. Like, he literally, they have zero tolerance, and I'm sure this is the same for Steve. They have zero tolerance for any level of alcohol on the breath if you should get pulled over. It doesn't matter if you're within the like legal limits. 0.0 is the only thing you can blow on that breathalyzer to be safe. 0. Yep. So it is the same. 0. It's not just about eye care and doctor's appointments. Yeah, because you got to have a specific physical, which costs extra money. You have to probably have a special eye exam to super double check, which probably costs extra money. Yep. Weed, drugs, alcohol, 0. Yep. What's up, Tamaiti? What's the oh my fucking god? You can't with this cute as fuck PNG. I can't wait to see this cute as fuck PNG. Yeah, you have to acquiesce to a lot of restrictions to do that job, and it's a job that needs to be done. Truckers are important. Okay, there they are. Close this, unplug it so it can cool off. Now, while these cool a little bit, I'm gonna put stuff over in the sink so that I can get water in it so it doesn't dry into an absolute blob of a problem. How many did we get? Enough. We're gonna be close to 6 dozen. It's enough. You know me though, if I could have made more, I would have made more. But I think using a dozen eggs is also enough for cookies. This needs a wipe out, but I don't want to put it in there because it'll get yucky and rusty. I'm talking about the sifter, by the way, for those, because you can't really see me. I'm dumping stuff in the sink right now for washing purposes. Ugh. Okay, that gets that started. Now I can come back over and see what was being said. I am still baking Esiclis after I will, Tomiti, absolutely. You can be pulled over randomly at any time to be tested. That's true, Pixie, you can. And weigh stations, yeah. We're just finishing up Esiclis on the baking. I'm in the put it away, clean it up stage. We had a little bit of watch the kitty time because she was being adorable and it had to happen. We're going to pour flour before I completely put that away. Oh, this also has to get washed. Now my hands are sticky again. Dag nabbit. Oh my goodness, Hera, are you so confused because there's so much movement? She's adorable in that she's so curious, but she's so skittish. So she wants to be around and see things and sniff things and be involved. But she also like jumps if you so much as squeak your chair. She's just like very jumpy. As far as we know, no abuse, just foster life. So that could be it. It could just be the way a foster cat is brought up. I don't think she ever had a home prior to us, from the way it was explained. Suspenders was here last night, Dova. Nope, never halfway. You took a nap, went out, came back, and I'm still here. Seamus is doing a lot of the cleaning, but I'm making sure that the sink is all put together for him. They are starting to get along. They are. It has taken a little bit of time, which is to be expected. They have to get used to each other, but oop! I smacked the table that everything's held onto with the chair. But they are starting to get along. She's been here about a month now, so it kind of makes sense that it's taken this long. Powder, sugar, all the things. Oh, we might have actually gotten more chocolate. Either they're thicker or we got more of them. Which is hilarious. And I'm okay with that. Seamus, do you want to sample a chocolate one? You want to split one with me? That is a yes. Yeah, like I have to wait for the stream delay for him to hear it. No. They're so good, aren't they? Nom. I love the chocolate ones too.
They don't taste as eggy as the vanilla ones.
To be expected. It is a wild Seamus. So actually, fun fact, Dova, I found out last night at random that Suspenders went live. Suspenders has begun the streaming journey. And I was like, Suspenders, excuse the fuck out of me. How dare you not just tell me that you're gonna become a streamer? I made a fatal error. I breathed in some of the powdered sugar. Yeah. Yeah, Suspenders, she hit the go live button. That'll need a cleaning. Use these to my advantage right now. Yep, she streams some repo. Second time was international tasting. Oh, yeah. Powdered sugar is deliciously evil. Yeah, Suspenders is going to be a very, very casual streamer. She has 2 young kids at home, and she works from home. So this is very much going to be like a, I have time to stream, so I'm going to stream kind of thing for her. But I'm still happy for her. Your little webcam tries so hard. Oh, streaming, you've done it twice for. I thought it was powdered sugar. I didn't realize that you went live, Carrie. Excuse the fuck out of me. All these people not telling me the important shit. Yeah, if your computer processor's not up to streaming, though, it would be a struggle. Excellent. Now I can put the flour away. I'm gonna scooch this back just a hair so that I can actually get the chair out of the way. And I can move freely to get this stuff where it belongs. Flour and sugar are gonna have to go on our grocery list. Shocker. I'm sure everybody here is absolutely floored to hear that I need to buy more flour and sugar. Anybody surprised? Really? No? Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna slide this over just enough. I want to get... I don't know how well you guys can see it, but there's like... I'm gonna tilt you down. Yeah, there's a huge puddle. This is all butter. It's all butter. So I really want to give it an initial like wipe before I walk away from it, so that it's not as atrocious to try and clean. Because butter is generally speaking, butter is easier to clean up when it's still in a semi-liquid form. The island's gonna need a complete wash, but that's much better. And that's like it's cooling. I need a bin for these, but I should be able to very carefully put them up here, and then I can bring y'all back closer. But you'll have to see, keep rearranging things and trying to find things that work. That, you know what? 100% Carrie, 100%. So, these are Pizzelles. Completed, powdered, sugared, beautiful, glorious Pizzelles. And they do, like, each of them has the waffle on the back. And I'm gonna say we made at least 6 dozen of them, probably a little bit more. Thank you. Yeah, they taste so good. I love them so much. Right now, my goal is to just basically get as much stuff off of this table as possible, because the table will need to be put away. This will need a wash. I'm just gonna set it on the table though over here. The table here will need to be wiped down. It's not a big deal. But perfect. All right, so what I'm gonna do, I'm sure some of you already know the drill. I am going to quickly put you on a BRB screen. I am going to take off the apron, demic from the lapel mic, and I will meet you back over on the desktop. We'll have a last little bit of conversation and find ourselves a friend to go hang out with, because it's been 6 hours of baking. Longer for me than it has been for you guys, but I appreciate you being here. So BRB now. I'll meet you over at the desktop in just a little bit. Ooh, got her.
Good shit. I will reset that. Oh my god, there's so many of them over here. And I think that they're gonna...
Pick this one up.
I'm gonna... You want to get her after you're finished? I'm gonna get this fung.
Oh man, that trap was beautiful, Allie.
Thank you. They're on this one over here by Maine. They're gonna get it.
Can I get hit by the tree? Oh my god, I can! we found that out. You can get hit by the tree, or the train, yes. Oh my god. Wait, what color is this? That's gold. It's a bronze. Is this like a silver? Yeah, that's silver. Yeah, I want ice. John's dead. I have a very nice pile of dead bodies. I really do. All right. It's me at the desktop. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I have more names that I need to add to my the Easter eggs, and which way do I need to go? This way. Something like this. This way. And to the bunnies. So, you were just arriving, Cyborg. Welcome in. We are just finishing up. We are just finishing up. Reset. So, for those who are not aware, the Easter eggs are people who have chosen to subscribe to me, and the bunnies are people who have generously gifted subs to the community. That's how that works. That's what's going on there. I need to pause raids for an hour. 6 hours. 6 hours of baking. 6 glorious hours of baking. I truly do love baking, and I'm glad that you guys could be here and spend it with me. I'm sorry I'm looking like this way. OBS and everything is on this monitor instead of this monitor right now, so it's just a little bit, but you still made it, even if briefly. Even if oh. What the actual fuck, Seamus? Thank you so much for the gifted subs. I appreciated it. But it's supposed to be time to wind down, not time to start a hype train. How? Did Twitch change something? Because normally we would need 2 other actions, but I'm wondering if it counts something from before. I don't know. Thank you for starting a hype train, you crazy fiance of mine. Hype, 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 choo choo. So I'll have to add to the number that Seamus has donated. I have to get an egg for... I have to scroll back. A lot has happened. For Brandy and for Miri. And Brandy needs a bunny. Like, I got work to do. I got work to do after stream. How could you do this to me? Oh, whoa. No, I'm kidding. I really appreciate it. I appreciate it a whole heckin' lot. And while we're waiting for the hype train, that gives me a little bit of time to find a friend that we can go say hello to. Bless the venerable one. Yes. Did he get you in that one? No, but you did get gifted one, it looks like. Your auto renewal should be kicking off soon. And you're already up here, Carrie. So your auto renewal for April did already kick off. Unless, like, I'm behind or the alerts are behind, which would not surprise me. These things happen. I'm just taking a peek. We've got 3 minutes on the hype train timer, and I don't want to raid out in a hype train. Yes, you as well, Miri. I appreciate you being here. You've been here, like, the whole time, Miri. You're on a 3-month renew. Yeah. That makes sense. You get a discount for long-term subscribing, like if you book more in advance. So yeah, I'm just taking a peek to see who's on, who's doing the stuff and the things. See where we can go hang out. I got lots of teammates on. I got a lot of teammates on right now. Epic's been going about as long as I have, so I get the feeling she might... Yeah, you take the discount where you can. Absolutely. Longer renewal and they are... Yep, I do the same thing with pretty much any streamer that I subscribe to, Carrie, because if you subscribe for 6 months in advance at tier 1, you basically get the last month for free. You basically get the last month for free. So we've got Epic playing Phasmo, Vin's playing Repo, Grem's playing Elden Ring, Glaze playing Phasmo, Doc's playing Phasmo. Chris is playing Paranormal Cleanup. Cody's playing Outbreak. Got so many people on tonight. So many. Cheeseburger. Don't know what it means. Like a quote or something. We heard it from a lot of English-speaking friends. I don't know. It's going to be a lot of Phasmo for a while, Collect, because of the event, I bet. They're all, yeah, exactly. They're all doing the Easter event. Welcome in, Chad Browski. You missed a lot of baking. We are winding down. I'm finding a place to bring everybody to hang out for the evening. And I'm going to get off my feet and, well, after I clean up a little bit and store stuff away and take a shower later. Yeah, a lot of baking. A lot of baking. How long has this person been going for? Alright, they've been going for 2.5 hours. I'm kind of like gauging where to go based on how long somebody's been live, because the people who've been live longer might also be getting ready to wind down, right? They've been going for 2.5. And then how long has this person been going? You want some baked goods? They're all in New York. All my baked goods are with me. They've been going for about 4. Thank you guys for the hype train. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I'm gonna give a listen. Oop. I didn't mean to give a listen here. Oh, they might be doing... I'm not gonna hear Jack Diddley fuck all for a moment. They've got an emote party going on. You'll take some of my baked goods. Hi, Fia. Choo choo. Oh, you got the spill the tea. Oh, let's go. I love that one. I love that one. You know what? So that I should put my headset on so that I can listen without it coming back through this mic. So give it a second. It takes a minute to turn on. Are you not going to let me actually hear things, headset? Hello? Gonna get a lot more than that. Seamus. We'll just try a different channel. There we go. Okay, that works. No, it doesn't because I can't hear. Oh my god, headset. It's Sonar. Sonar's having a hissy fit. I really like the Arctis headsets, but the Sonar is a pain in the ass. Where are you to turn it off? Thank you. Yep, turn off. Okay, thanks. I would like... There we go. Now I can hear. I think she's gonna go for a little... Well, maybe. Hi, Caintane. Welcome in. Oh, it's 3 of them playing together. Okay. yeah, gonna be going for a while. So we're gonna go say hello to Epic Tight Pants. I have not had the chance to raid her in a long time. I think I'll get the chance to raid Doc at some point, and I think I'll get the chance to raid Glay at some point, but Epic, I haven't gotten to raid in forever. So we're gonna go say hello to her. She is playing Phasmophobia with Glay and Doc, which all three of them are absolutely fabulous individuals. 10 out of 10, recommend you follow them. If you're not already, get in the Discord. You can find the recipes from today in there. You can find a link to the Pizzelle maker in there. All the information you need that you could possibly want, it's in the Discord. You're welcome, Dova. And Quintain, I appreciate you being lurky. Lurkers are great. You too, Tamaiti. I can't wait to see the PNG. Follow me on social media if you'd like. Today I actually managed to put the delay notice not only in Discord but out on the social media, so everybody got to know that I was feeling sluggish this Saturday morning. Collect. Yes. So I will be back Wednesday. Wednesday, we're probably potentially gonna do more Phasmo. I haven't decided yet. It might be played up. I'll come to that conclusion later. There is a very good chance that I will be live on Monday. It is Seamus's birthday, so it will be shorter-ish. But there's a very good chance I will be live on Monday for nail art. Okay? We shall see. I may just do it in my own time, but I might stream it. I have not decided on that. It's for a collaboration type effort, so, you know, it might happen. So I will see you either Monday or Wednesday. Schedule will be in the Discord, though, you guys, for surezies, and it'll have timestamps that are usable to your time zone. It'll make it easy for you to tell. You guys, get those raid messages ready. The first one is if you're subscribed. The second one with the hearts is if you're not. I appreciate you being here. Thank you for lurking, chatting, rating, resubscribing, gifting, starting hype trains, dropping bits, making giant emotes, being awesome mods, being awesome viewers. However you chose to support, you're amazing. And I appreciate the absolute fuck out of you. You guys are what makes streaming wonderful and beautiful, and I feel so blessed and honored to have you here every single time. We're gonna bring it all over to Epic Tight Pants, though. You're welcome, crazy guy. And in the meantime, make sure you take a moment to practice some self-care. Look yourself in the mirror and tell yourself that you love you, because you matter, friends. Have a great night. Bye! I'm gonna go clean my kitchen, because it needs to be cleaned. I don't know.